choice button, which my friends will demonstrate, which provides the user with a choice between two of the buttons. Go ahead and press it.
Choose between the green or yellow button.
And then my 2-year-old will choose.
Green.
And it lights up underneath, if you could see that.
It is a very simple design, but keep in mind that it is for 2-year-olds. So although it might not seem exciting to you, imagine your 2-year-old self. So user-specific design choices, like I said, were the hand pump, but we kept it. And also the fact that children with CDI can often become overstimulated, which is why the background is gray. Although it seems a drab choice, with all the other colors and textures going on, we decided to keep it simple on the back.
Through the use of coding, we were able to implement our design button, which is the star in the middle. Through that, we wanted to implement a randomized pair of colors for the child to choose and exercise decision-making skills and critical thinking. And just on the bottom, we have a simple circuit just with a battery pack, Arduino, breadboard, and wiring. And in consideration of our youthful target audience, we wanted to keep it simple and safe, especially with the water pad on top, just so that we don't have any problems with that.
And obviously we made some choices with this project, and we had our reasons behind them. So after considering many different ways to meet the goals of NEDC, we decided we wanted to make something fun, because it's for young children, and it should be fun to use and hold their attention. We prioritized functionality, but we wanted to make something that a child would ultimately enjoy using. And it strengthens many skills while it's still a toy. And we know a lot of visually impaired people in our community, so they were definitely an inspiration in this. CPC has many benefits. The hand pump, obviously, while for our original user to develop his fine motor skills, it's still a part of our design for the global product. The large button in the center encourages decision-making skills, which was a goal of his therapists. Young users can gain an understanding of cause and effect as well. When I hit this button, this light turns on. The lights in the corners of the console, while not quite seen here in this prototype, imagine it wider, it activates a peripheral vision. Children with visual impairments, by using this, we hope they can develop color recognition. And the colors, lights, and sounds, fish, they're all engaging and fun.
So as a result, we have our prototype here, which is functional and proven to help stimulate young children with visual impairments. And moving forward in the future, we would love to add complex levels to grow with the kid as they learn and grow. So maybe switching it around so the lights light up, and then you can press the button for color recognition or something like that. And also just implementing more complex coding aspects, and then an app where maybe we could add languages to make it more universal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prototype provides our audience with a variety of resources they can use to stabilize their emotions. It assists people facing mental health challenges, and it gives access to resources specified to our users' needs. And now Rebecca will be talking about the engineering design process.
Moving on to our human-centered design, we were inspired by struggling teens in our community that don't have anybody to talk to. We used ideation by approaching their problems and how to solve them. And lastly, we used implementation by using technology to develop our idea of a mental health app. Prototype design. Our major prototype design was making an app that enabled users to talk to support systems and mental health lines. Iterations in prototype. We added recommendations to the app instead of allowing users to talk to each other. This is because we don't want conversations getting out of hand between two individuals. Also, we only provided 4 resources because we wanted to make the resources related to the questions in the beginning of our app.
Problems. One of the problems we had was a lack of coding knowledge. Because of this lack of knowledge, we initially did not know how to build the app after creating the base on code.org. Code.org is a very difficult app to work with, and it was very complex. Another problem we faced was that the district blocked certain helpful videos and websites. To solve the problem of initially not knowing how to build the app after creating the base on code.org, we decided to switch from code.org to @MySite. @MySite, it was less complex and was easier to work with. To solve our other problem of blocked internet sites, we also decided to switch internet locations, and we took help from our coding teacher at our school. Coding. To build the base of the app, we decided to start on code.org. Code.org is a difficult app to work with. When I began coding, it took me an entire month just to code this, and during that process, I faced a numerous amount of challenges. One of them being the lines of code kept repeating. And I also had to learn multiple functions, such as UI controls and loops. And in those functions, there was always more to learn. So if I learned a loop, there was always more to it. And now Melanie will talk about @MySite.
So, like Crystal mentioned, since we faced many problems on code.org, we decided to switch to @MySite. And @MySite was much easier for us to use, coming as people that didn't have any past experience coding. And here's @MySite. Over here is our survey that we provide for our users in the beginning of the app. And right there is the code for the first question of our survey. And if you were able to scroll through that little text box, you would be able to see our full code. And we decided not to reinvent the wheel, and we asked AI to give us an HTML code for a simple question with a text field. So, right here is our code. It's pretty simple. So, like up there is the document type and the HTML, and then it describes the HTML being used as English because that's the language our app is in. And then up here is the question in our that was in the past slide, and it's actually the first question of our survey. So,
Recommendations or prototype. Final assessment. The app is functional, so it does work. We also concluded that our app is easily accessible because it can be accessed through the website @MySite. Implementation. A way we can implement our app is promoting our product. We can do this by starting a campaign on social media and reaching out to different people, suggesting schools to visit our website, as well as contacting our county superintendent. Redesigning. When thinking about redesigning our app, we believe we can make the app more intricate by adding more functioning features, such as making the resources more accustomed to the user responses, as well as making the app more aesthetically appealing.
Now I'll be talking about the description of the design. So our app starts off with a welcoming page, welcoming our users. Then you would press the Take Survey button. Once you press that, you'd be taken to the second page, which are 4 questions. And the questions basically talk about how are you feeling, do you have anyone you can help. And once you answer these questions with one-word answers, you'd press Submit. After that, you'll be taken to the resources page. The resources, we have 4 resources in total, and they're basically hotlines and text lines so users can have a safe place to talk to someone. And now my teammates will demonstrate.
So this is our app. That's the welcome page, so you can go ahead and click Take Survey. And our survey is really short. It's 4 questions. There are one-word answers, so you can just go ahead and answer. They're completely anonymous, by the way. The answers won't get leaked it's not saved, so you don't have to worry about that. Oh, you're not able to
So it's gonna take you to these
Then it's gonna take you to these four resources. Then right here is a
This
list of
source is
community
gonna help you
centers,
find
and,
health centers for you. So you can place
you can go ahead and put in your location. And the reason we added that one is because in our community we don't have health centers, and that's a main reason why we created our project, because we don't have anywhere for people who are struggling mentally to get help. And that's the reason we added that one, because you don't have to travel 5 or 6 hours just to get the help you need, and so it's all very locally.
So we
So
included this source for the hearing
and then
impaired.
right here are
You could
those
call and
resources,
you could
the
text.
areas.
They're just there.
Then right here is the hearing impaired hotline. And the reason we added this one is because we wanted to be as inclusive and make our app as accessible for everyone, so anyone can use it.
So they'd rather talk to someone their age that they could relate to.
Then right here
We added
is the
this
crisis
source
hotline.
so
The
they
really
could
cool
call,
part about this
text,
hotline
and
is
on
that
the
it's
other line
teenagers
to
talking to other
get help.
teenagers. So we know that sometimes it can be scary talking to an adult about your issues. So these are just people your age that can give you advice because they know what you're going through and they know that
We
how to
found
help
that
you. So,
37% of people that we surveyed out of
finally,
87
right here is our last phones
they wanted to
hotline.
get help.
This is the
because
school crisis
help
hotline.
in our
And the
community
reason
is
we
not
added
really
this one is
accessible.
because we
They're
provided a
poorly
survey
rated
to
community
our
health centers.
middle school
So
students
we
at our
added
school.
this resource
And as you
well.
can see right here, almost 37% have been
And then
struggling
this is a
emotionally
little
lately and
3-minute
have
video
considered
on
getting help, but they don't have any help because in our community it's not accessible. So, and we also provided another question right here that was like rate your level of stress, and most of them were really high, and these are just middle schoolers. And because we saw that when they're in school their stress levels would increase, we added that hotline to help you out with their issues. Then finally, we have a small little 3-minute video on something. And that's it. Thank you.
In conclusion, we have created an app by teenagers for teenagers to help those who struggle with mental health issues.
We have tested our app, and different modifications and changes were made after receiving recommendations and feedback from our peers.
We want our app to eventually reach a greater audience and strive to help as many people as possible into the future.
Thank you.
Groves High School up in Portland, Oregon, and our team name is We're Working on It. My name is Anne.
I'm Tyler.
I'm Deegan.
I'm Ryan.
And this is Project Rivers, raising insight via environmental research for salmon.
All right, so you're probably wondering about the research. Research is an important part of finding a problem and the solutions that we can actually find to solve these problems.
And the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal that we were tackling is number 14, life below water. Straight from their website, healthy oceans and seas are essential to our existence. Yet we have managed to do tremendous damage to these precious resources. And the ones that we are focusing on is the dam and how it affects sediment levels. Dams cause sediment levels to increase, which also increases the turbidity levels inside these rivers. And salmon face issues with this because it gets in their gills, it suffocates their eggs, and it gets in their way of life overall.
For user needs, salmon actually need to have their NTU units to be roughly 50 or below, and NTU stands for nethylometric turbidity units. Also, for our implicit goals, we want to make sure that there's minimal human interaction and that our project does not interfere with the way of life of salmon and other creatures in their environment.
And our primary goal is to be able to accurately monitor these turbidity levels so that we can use this information to send over to advocacy groups so that they can advocate for the safe removal of dams and sediment.
So our whole entire goal here is to provide quantitative data that advocacy groups can use to prove why dams should be removed and as well as sediment being removed.
So for our design process, there was a lot of tedious research that went into this, and also with our client. I want to take this time to thank Joe Creeder, an aquatic ecologist from Lotic Solutions, who gave us a lot of feedback and insight for our project to move forward.
When we were prototyping, we made a river model out of cardboard and paper to estimate how big our device was going to be. Each one of us sketched out our own iterations on how the device would work, what certain shapes we were going to use, and how we could make it lightweight and cost effective. In our iterations, we made these models in Fusion 360. At first, we were struggling with side splitting as most of us don't really know how to use 3D modeling software. But over time, we got the hang of it, and we figured out what was needed to make our device structurally sound.
As for our current iteration, we can see right here, we got rid of the second motor and kind of just uses the weight of the turbidity sensor to make it go down in the water. It has a button so that when you press it, it can easily go down into the water, so it's easy use. And also we have our sensor on the outside rather than a part of our actual product, just because it's small form factor.
Continuing on to the code, we used comprehensive coding elements such as printing and writing functions that allow our servo to move to precise locations. We also had multiple iterations using different delays to change the amount of time we needed to get our data. And then to continue on to our actual sensor code, we used a pre-made code that came with the sensor and changed it to fit our needs. We removed the delay so we had constant data, and we made it to where whenever we have a voltage, it will output NTU units rather than just the voltage. Continuing on, our product works by using Arduinos as the main brains of the design. It uses jumper wires to communicate between each of our components, and we use these by connecting them through a breadboard because we did not have the means to properly solder them together.
Alright, now for the demonstration. This display shows the NTU levels when the sensor goes into the water. When I press this button, the motors will move the arm and place the sensor in the water. The sensor will then collect the data, and when it's done, it will come back up, and we can send that data to advocacy groups.
To continue our design process, when we were testing, we had 3 trials to test our sensor. We used Kool-Aid because it was the easiest to show the opacity and to show the difference between the numbers when we had 1 tablespoon of Kool-Aid versus 8 tablespoons and versus our control, which is just water. As you can see on our graph, the first little section is the first 3 trials of the water. The second one is the 1 tablespoon, and the last one is the 8 tablespoons of Kool-Aid. And as you can see, our sensor, that you can see, collects the data, and the 8 tablespoons of Kool-Aid is obviously off the charts to the point where it is the max number, which is 3,000, and this stayed consistent throughout all the 3 trials. And as you can see in these pictures, the first picture, Deegan is testing our motor for the first time in one of our meetings, and just yesterday he was testing it again because we want to ensure that our prototype and our motors are functioning at all times.
For our next steps, we've been trying to figure out the logistics of our device when we place it onto a dock. We've been using this notebook. We wanted the device to be the size of a 2-foot cube when we place it on the dock, and we want the materials to be pure iron, carbon fiber, a basic sensor or industrial sensor for better data, high torque motors, and an LCD screen. With all of this roughly costing around $1,000.
And now for where we're headed. We're headed to actually implement this in the real world. We want to use an actual river for this and have multiple contraptions because we want to have one at the beginning or at the spawn area of the salmon, one at the middle, and then one at the end. That way we can have a more holistic idea of like what's happening over time throughout the entire river.
And to end it on a note, we overall have analyzed that our sensor works and it's accurate in the sense that it's collecting data based on the opacity or the turbidity of the water. And our team is always working on new things, trying to overcome obstacles that are unforeseen. For example, our Arduino caught on fire one time, but we got over it. And as a whole team, we are always trying to innovate and come up with new solutions to problems, hence our team name.
We're working on it. residents are below poverty level. We're blessed. This is why it's important to bring awareness to our community about diabetes. Less access to quality food causes diabetes.
As you can see on the board, it is a pie chart of the different types of diabetes, and the numbers represent the types of the percentages of each diabetes type. And as you can see, the most common one is type 2, which is 77%, and it's caused by low access to high quality foods. DMA stands for Diabetes Management App, and it is targeted to people who are at risk of diabetes, and it helps them seek help from professionals. DMA includes services like a quiz, a pie chart, questions to ask doctors, and a learn more section. Our project goal has been reached because we shared the app with the community, and it allowed the users to learn more about diabetes. We tested this app out on someone who has diabetes to see if the facts were helpful, and she had guaranteed that it actually was. Planning. In the beginning, we wanted to do an app called Dion Didi, which was about diabetes and depression. But we decided to focus on one because it's harder to focus on two subjects than it is one. During our second meeting, we created a Google form that we sent out to students in our school. We realized that they didn't know anything about diabetes. And as you can see, this is the Google form that we created. Engineering process. Club meeting 1, we identified diabetes and depression in our community. Club meeting 3, we decided on diabetes as an area of health to focus on. Club meeting 5, we developed the app to help diagnose the state competition. Club meeting 6, we altered design to raise awareness and inform community members. Engineering process. First, we took time constructing the blocks. Second, we created the structure of the app and how we wanted it to look. Third, we shared the prototype with others and used feedback to alter our design. Block coding was difficult at first because we didn't know how the functions worked, but we soon learned from tutorials from YouTube. My major design choices was constructing the app from diagnosing people to informing them because we didn't have the credentials to do so. Diagnosing is a big no-no. How our project changed over time. The condition we focused on changed. While coding, every time we created a page, we went back to look at it and make sure everything was right, the buttons and everything. Design description. This is available on all devices, phones, computers, and tablets, as you can see right here.
Conclusion. This design is worldwide in case of diabetes. Students in our community shared that they do not know about diabetes, and after hearing, we decided to add a spot where there are questions to ask doctors. In the future, we could make this app worldwide and add more questions and add more certain information that users wouldn't know about. Through this program, we learned collaboration, block coding, and solving problems. Thank you for your time.
going next? Well, then I make
That's what I was thinking too. But I mean, it is what it is. If you have the gear, you might as well use it, right? Yeah.
I think an iPhone, if you used to use in the middle, would be like perfect.
Yep, right there. Yeah. I'm just holding for the
Strange. I don't know if you understand. This is iPhone. The camera works within the audio.
Alright, Eric, test it.
Stream test, audio. Stream test. Stream test. Yeah.
Be louder.
Stream test audio. Microphone on table.
Kind of do.
If you guys, if you don't want to set up, yeah. And then we put the timer.
It's just not loud
You guys want to start something?
I can
3 minutes.
I can hear me.
Wait, this is the live stream.
I know, I can hear it. But the mic is supposed to be louder. See?
Test.
I can hear louder with it. Let's try 150.
I think it's coming from your laptop.
What device?
Your laptop. Because it's we were speaking
Good morning. We are Coyote High School from Utah and we are presenting Give Me a Hand, or Prosthetic Arm. My name is Nora and I'm in charge of mechanical design.
I'm Sahil, I did the software and electronics.
I'm Bhavya, I did the data analysis and mechanical design. And our fourth teammate was Sasha, who's in charge of data analysis and business, but he abandoned us. He went on a vacation without us. So the reason we decided to make a prosthetic arm was we realized the challenges faced by entities in their daily life. We both work at a hospital, so we realized that prosthetics are a daily necessity for them, but they're not able to afford it due to the extreme price point. But it should not be a luxury, it should just be a daily thing. So we are trying to make it a lot cheaper.
So our design has to be functional, comfortable, affordable, easy to operate. We also are trying to solve 4 new angles. Our first one is good health and well-being. We are providing more mobility for the person, so now they're able to exercise more often, and therefore their physical health is also improved. We are also providing easier work and economic growth. So the person now is able to do more jobs, they have more opportunities to be in equal countries, which also increases their ability to be working different jobs, increases the economic growth of one country. We are also reducing inequality in the workforce and between developed and developing countries. Developing countries cannot afford these more than developed countries, so the people in developing countries, since our product is very cheap, they can afford it, decreasing the inequality between those two countries. We are also providing Wi-Fi LAN. We're using plastic, so it's better than bare metals, only because we are not digging up the metals and we are not causing deforestation with that. So we are using PLA because it's super affordable and durable at the moment. It's also easy to use and it's very lightweight. And person can get used to it easier because it doesn't feel like there's a lot of weight on it. We want to use in the future pressure sensors to have a person, when they touch something, they can feel it in their muscles. We also want to increase the comfortable and customization of our product. So for our demonstration, at the moment, as Nikhil showed you, he has a muscle sensor on. That muscle sensor, once he flexes, it will close our arm, which that will split. And then for our materials, Sahil has
We've used PLA, rechargeable batteries, myomer muscle sensors, servo motors, a microprocessor, and some wires.
So our product functions by attaching muscle sensors to the biceps. So when a person flexes the biceps, it produces signals, which are transferred to the adrenal, which further transfers the signal to servo motors. And there are strings and pulleys passing throughout the hand, which results in movement.
So our prosthetic arm consists of 3 main parts. We begin with the input, the myomer sensor, which was on my arm just now. It gives an analog signal based on how much you flex, and then we can send that to something like a microprocessor, which then can analyze it, we can do the math. And then it sends a signal to the servo motor, which does the finger movements.
For code?
For our code, we begin with library inclusion and our variable declarations. We've used this to just set up servo pins and the position of each servo so we can keep track of the weight. And then we have our functions. We begin with the turn motor function. This function just lets us turn motors really easily and just does some math for us. And then we have our pose functions. These make it easy to access poses anywhere in the code. We begin with our reset fingers function. This puts the fingers back to the resting position. Reset wrist. This puts the wrist back to its default. And then we have our 2 positions that we programmed into this. We have our grip position. This is good for picking up objects like cups and stuff. Then we have our points position. This is good for pressing like elevator buttons, for example. Then we have our continuous rotation function. This function just lets the person rotate the wrist like if they're turning a key. And then we have our 2 main functions. We begin with the setup function. This runs on microprocessor initialization, and we've just used it to set up servo pins for now. And then we have our main loop. This runs basically every 20 milliseconds. What we've used it for is to just check if the person has flexed, and if they have, make the motor spin. And then for the software we use to build this project, we begin with the Arduino IDE. This is Arduino's official development environment. It's where we code in, and it makes it really easy to prototype efficiently and program these aggregator processors. Then we're using the software inside the myaware sensors. These just give us an analog value based on our muscle flexion, and we can send that to something like a microprocessor to make it a lot easier for us. Then we're using the programming language C++. This is the default Arduino ID, and it just works really well for electronics.
So for our design process, we started interviewing amputees, and we also posted surveys online. With that feedback, we defined project goals, what we wanted in our hand. As you can see, our grip, our pushing the button, and our also the rotation were the most important things. So those were our goals. Then we started modeling this on Shape, which is a 3D modeling website, and we also decided to prototype those. We printed them out, and anything that didn't work, we figured out how to improve it, and we started printing it again. Then we want to improve this by increasing the mobility of the fingers. For example, the thumb, we wanted to make it 360 degrees rotational. Still figuring that out.
So, meet Chad. He's a user. He used to do intravenous drugs which caused him to lose his arm. So, he is now amputee. When we got it up, we realized that we could not afford the prosthetic arm due to the extreme price. Even though we had insurance, it was still not possible for him. And he also told us how he's suffering from phantom pain, and we realized how brutal it can be for the people who are suffering from that. And he is now giving back to community with our help by volunteering. So the challenges that we faced were, our thumb had really limited mobility due to different pains, and most thumbs cannot do a full rotation. So we were trying to figure out how we can fix that. Our fingers were rectangular, we had rectangular joints before, so we were trying to figure out how we can give them a better movement. Enhancing users' touch perception was the most important thing we noticed by talking to all the users, because they were not able to feel what they were touching. Developing a functional design which works perfectly and does every single rotation which we want to was a big task for us. Selecting optimal material which is durable, affordable, and works the best for our project was a very important part for us too. Finding users who is willing to talk to us and tell us the challenges that we faced and was also a very important thing for us. So the solution to our problem was 3D printing and prototyping. We realized that 3D printing is the biggest thing which we have now, which can result in a great amount of customization. We 3D printed, found the mistakes, designed it again, and 3D printed again. Because things never go the way we want to. We made the finger circular to improve the joint movement, and it works pretty nicely now. We link the thumb to the palm in the same plane so it can do full rotation by the end of the hand, which is not found in most of the palms. We created a survey and posted online. We have 30 to 40 responses, which made us realize the challenges, and we figured out the solutions and how we can improve lives of many people. PLA is the most suitable material as it's the most durable, affordable, and the most easy to get used to for the people. Pressure sensor is a very good feature improvement which can enhance touch perception greatly.
As you can see in our first iteration, we made the thumb link to the palm automatically. There was no rotation. So in the second iteration, it's a CAD file. We decided to put it into rods to make it rotatable against the thumb, against the palm. We also decided we wanted to make it to make the fingers in this case have a back that will stop them. This caused us to reduce the finger, because the amount of motors that we're using. Because if you use a motor to pull it down and a motor to put it back out, then that increases the price. This helps us decrease the price. And then in this function, you can see that we're using pulleys. This pulls the string in an easier way, so we are only pulling a certain amount of time. We would like to, in the future, since this is position control, depending on the person, how much they would like to squeeze, I guess, would be our best word. And then, Bobby, what do you think we should use for our scraps?
So, we made a website to recycle 3D scraps. When we initially started the project, our print graph kept just failing, and we were like, there is so much waste, this is so damaging for the environment. What are we supposed to do with this? So, we made a website where you can recycle 3D scraps, which is going to be really beneficial for the environment. Our website name is Fila Reincarnation, where it is going to be very sustainable for the environment, and we can improve the economy and reduce waste. So, conclusion that we came up to is that 3D printing can result in a great amount of customization, and a person can design arm any way they want to and any way they feel the most comfortable with. Pressure sensor is going to be really helpful for the future, and it's one of our best and non-working feature improvement we are going to do. Pricing is the biggest problem for most of the people, as like even basic prosthetic arms are around $1,000, but ours is just around $150, which is very cheap compared to others.
I also would like to mention that we wanted the wrist to rotate, but we also wanted the forearm to rotate. We decided this is two motors, so we only made the forearm rotate by using one bearing, which will also rotate the wrist. This way we can reduce the motors again. And thank you. Thank you.
Mesa's university and community college programs provide the experiences and support and resources that our students need to complete their STEM degrees and STEM majors. And we also work to ensure that they're well prepared for internships and career opportunities once they graduate.
MESA provides opportunities for growth in a number of different ways. First and foremost, being an advocate for underserved and underrepresented youth in our community. The student leadership conferences, the mentoring programs, the school, high school, and junior college programs, all of these things are giving students the opportunities and the skills and experiences necessary to get a potential job in an industry.
They have a lot of opportunities to talk to industry professionals, either through events like student leadership conferences, career fairs, even just the MESA program coordinators. They're super connected, so networking with them is really an awesome opportunity.
MESA engages with employee resource groups at various companies to really identify MESA alum within ERGs and within the companies. So when they do go into companies or corporate organizations, they have a community that they are matched to or community they belong to.
It's a big family. You meet people, you make lifelong connections with those that you meet through the program. Those are those kind of invaluable personal bonds as well as strategic and tactical career aspirational goals and bonds that MESA brings to the table.
I would like to be a software engineer. MESA is helping me to connect to employers. It will allow me to see what industries I like, and I'll be able to make a decision.
MESA's community has really helped me see that I belong in STEM. I always had an interest in computer science, but I never thought it was for me. It wasn't until I saw MESA and different engineering communities at my community college campus that I really saw, like, wow, there are people like me, not only being engineers, but also doing it successfully and having amazing careers.
When I speak to alumni of the program, something comes up over and over that speaks to why a student might want to be involved in MESA. I think it's really about finding like-minded people, finding a community of people who have the same interests, who have similar values, who frankly look like them, who come from cultural backgrounds that they can relate to. I think there is a sense of connectedness and community that students crave, and that's something that MESA provides at the middle school and high school level, but also in community colleges and universities.
Ser ingeniera es algo que yo no pensaba cuando era muy pequeña, ¿verdad? No es hasta que estuve en el programa de MESA te enseña cómo ser ingeniera y que tú puedes. Yo tengo una hija que tiene casi 10 años y ella sí le encanta las ciencias y matemáticas. So, me da mucha felicidad y mucho orgullo que le guste a ella. Yo la influí en esta manera porque ella me vio a mí hacer todas estas cosas. Y a mí me da mucha felicidad. Y ahora sí soy ingeniera y tengo mi maestría en Civil Engineering y trabajo en proyectos de construcción.
There is no Wyoming.
Over 250,000 people have gone through MESA and are alums of our program. That's a lot of leaders, both in and out of the STEM fields. We have a senator from California who's a MESA alum. We've had 3 astronauts go into space. We have countless others who are leaders in technology and science, even sports. The longevity of the program and the dedication of its staff and the ongoing interest and engagement of the alums fuel this program and continue to expand its reach and its impact.
My hope for MESA students is that they can really see themselves in the future, that they can see it really is possible to get through college and have a career in science, engineering, and math, and that they can dream big.
there were 1,884 wildfires in Washington state, including the Great Fire, which burned 240 homes and 10,000 acres. This was just one of 63 wildfires in the Spokane region in 2023.
In an interview with the deputy fire chief of our fire district, Dustin Block, he mentioned issues the district faced when managing the Great Fire. He said that during the fire, some people were not receiving evacuation alerts, and that put both them and fire personnel in a dangerous situation because they would have to go into the fire to evacuate citizens.
We also toured our public safety answering point, including the 911 call center, and spoke with the head of evacuation mapping there.
We learned that the current system, Code Red, is very similar to our idea. However, the issue is that only about 6% of Spokane County residents are signed up for Code Red, and it requires signing up through your phone.
The UN Sustainable Development Goal 11.5 aims to reduce the number of people affected or killed by natural disasters. Our goal is to provide an affordable, offline solution for those in rural communities to receive evacuation alerts.
We also want our solution to be usable by everyone and reliable. That's why we created Area, a three-part system that uses radio to receive alerts directly from fire stations or public safety answering points. The best part about Area is that it is simple, inexpensive, and easy to use. The three parts of our device include a control panel, which will be at fire departments and public safety answering points, an outdoor device, which is a central point for each area, and an in-home device that simply plugs in to any outlet.
A 911 call center would use the control panel to select the level, direction, and zone to evacuate. The zone's central device receives the radio signal and displays the level and direction. It also passes that information on to all of that zone's home devices. Both the central and home devices display the level on the LED matrix and LED strip and announce it on the speaker, making them accessible to anyone with sight or hearing impairments.
We 3D printed the control panel and home device. The central device, we made out of wood box held up with a slanted wood roof, held up by 2 dowels and 2 hinges.
For the electronic components, the microbit is our source for radio transmitting and receiving. It also receives input from the buttons and sends output from the built-in LED matrix as well as the added LED strip. The speaker works in partnership with the microbit's built-in speaker. We use a single white LED here to represent a brighter LED in a later design. The speaker and LEDs are connected to the microbit with solder on wire. This USB cable and plug can power the home device without making batteries required.
We used MakeCode and microbits because they have built-in components, including a short-range radio, buttons, and an LED matrix. The code is also easy to understand and organize, which we prefer due to the amount that we wrote. We use radio code blocks to allow the microbits to communicate with each other.
We use variables to save the level and direction in each individual microbit, such as when you select the zone to evacuate, a level such as level 2, and a direction. This also allows us to check our selections on the display microbit, level, and direction. Then we can send the information to the zone's central device via radio, and when it receives it, the device uses conditionals to check whether the level or direction has been updated and which level it is now. This allows it to display accordingly. The home device does the same. The home device announces the new level when it receives an update, and also when the level button is pressed, which is a long piece of code, is why we made a function called check level for that purpose. Finally, the script that makes the 3 LEDs flash is one example of a loop. It's a forever loop that constantly checks the level and updates which lights are flashing. Another forever loop makes the device beep continuously when the level is 3 or leave now. You can also toggle the device beeping at level 1 and 2 by pressing the 2 buttons together.
We chose to address alert reliability because both of us have missed fire evacuation alerts in the past. And since we both live in more rural areas, we wanted to find a way to better protect our community. During the first part of the engineering design process, we started researching and discovered that almost 60% of properties in Spokane are at risk from wildfires.
We also found that older phones may not be able to get alerts or may not be able to see them if they're calling or using data at the same time. Those with less money are more likely to have a phone that doesn't receive alerts or do not have reliable internet at their home.
We We initially imagined a two-part system with a home device and control panel. Outdoor device that would be a central point for each area and alert people who were nearby, maybe at a park, store, or driving by, of the evacuation.
We wanted the system to utilize both light and sound, as well as speak out loud. Next, we designed and coded our initial two-part system and added the central device later. Finally, we printed the cases for our devices.
During testing, one challenge we discovered was that the direction button wasn't sending anything, and we investigated. We found that the microbit was unable to send two values over the radio simultaneously, so I redesigned the system slightly.
After our system was finalized, I researched AM radio capabilities since it would be more effective in the future. We also tested the reliability of our current radios. Next, we talked to people in our rural community to see how our system could be integrated.
While planning, we sketched each version in our notebook. I occasionally made checklists to see what we still had to do, and we recorded our data collection in it.
The device needed to say words out loud, but the microbits had no built-in speaking ability. We researched possibilities and found that our only option was a very basic text-to-speech. In the future, we would use an alternative.
Another problem was that our first speakers were too quiet. We got different speakers and ended up using the external and built-in speakers at the same time. Our speakers are still very quiet, but in the future, we want a speaker that can reach 100 decibels so that notifications can be heard from any room in the house.
We coded our first prototype without any external speakers or lights and added those later to improve the usability. Most recently, we designed and 3D printed the casing for our devices.
The first information we collected was the reliability of the microbit's radio. We recorded how many times out of 3 that a button press would successfully send a signal to another microbit at increasing distances until we reached 25 feet.
We tested both version 1 and version 2 microbits, then averaged the two and plotted them onto the graph you see here.
We found that the average line dropped off around here, which is how we came to the conclusion that microbit radios are mostly reliable up to around 15 feet.
However, the official microbit website says that it's capable of transmitting up to 230 feet away.
Our research also found that AM radio signals, our future solution to current distance issues, can travel up to 100 miles during the day and even further at night.
The second way we collected data was by interviewing neighbors, friends, and family. We asked them about their thoughts on current evacuation alerts, as well as what they thought of our project. 4 and 6 interviewees said they had missed an evacuation alert they should have received, and 5 and 6 said they were worried about not receiving alerts.
Some of the suggestions we received were an improved control panel, large text on the home device for the elderly, and a plug on the central device for an outdoor jack. Overall, maintained accessibility was a common theme.
Concerning the device itself, 5 and 6 said they would use it, and everyone agreed it would improve the safety of their community.
Other improvements we would make would be replacing the microbits with a more powerful processor that could provide more power to components such as LEDs, replacing the current radio with an AM radio to improve distance capabilities, and adding a functional solar panel and plug-in for the central device.
The area system could also be used for other evacuations, such as floods or tornadoes. We got a taste of our upcoming fire season just 2 weeks ago. A fire started just south of our school that spread to over 75 acres. We were told over the school's intercom that the school was being evacuated, but did not receive alerts on our phones until almost 10 minutes later. This is a view of the fire from Westwood.
This fire was less than a quarter mile from my house and reminded us of how much uncertainty comes with fire evacuations. Staff at our school agreed that our device would have helped everyone feel safer and more informed. We believe that the area system has true potential as an affordable, accessible solution to evacuation alert reliability.
Thank you for your time.
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Probably just best like right there.
Just leaving it there. Yeah. Well,
testing.
Yeah, because there's nowhere.
So here, we don't even need the Zoom card anymore. I think I figured out the balance. All right. Let's test the puppy.
Which time do we have left?
No, I want that one.
Testing. 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 Yeah, good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it can hear?
Yeah. So we're good? You want me to place it here?
So the only issue is when you talk to it, it's one of those microphones that like you're supposed to talk into it, you know.
Yeah.
So you need to remind them to use this.
This is the other team chose not to because they had to hold stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can turn up the volume on this puppy.
What? We got time? I realized this morning I said a prayer that takes my strength today after this shit one night. So we'll be going once a day. For officer position. Most of them just went down, but there's the days where 2 hours.
This is a big game though for you guys, huh? Yeah, that's. What do you, this game? So many girls are. Seems like you guys have pretty good girl attendance this year. Well, I think you're pretty good, Katie. You seem like you consistently catch and throw the ball. The two girls on each other? Really? What's this? Like, so this is your chip labs?
So there's
I think we're judging this one.
Mesa's university and community college programs provide the experiences and support and resources that our students need to complete their STEM degrees and STEM majors. And we also work to ensure that they're well prepared for internships and career opportunities once they graduate.
MESA provides opportunities for growth in a number of different ways. First and foremost, being an advocate for underserved and underrepresented youth in our community. The student leadership conferences, the mentoring programs, the school, high school, and junior college programs, all of these things are giving students the opportunities and the skills and experiences necessary to get a potential job in an industry.
They have a lot of opportunities to talk to industry professionals, either through events like student leadership conferences, career fairs, even just the MESA program coordinators. They're super connected, so networking with them is really an awesome opportunity.
MESA engages with employee resource groups at various companies to really identify MESA alum within ERGs and within the companies. So when they do go into companies or corporate organizations, they have a community that they are matched to or community they belong to.
It's a big family. You meet people, you make lifelong connections with those that you meet through the program. Those are those kind of invaluable personal bonds as well as strategic and tactical career aspirational goals and bonds that MESA brings to the table.
I would like to be a software engineer. MESA is helping me to connect to employers. It will allow me to see what industries I like, and I'll be able to make a decision.
MESA's community has really helped me see that I belong in STEM. I always had an interest in computer science, but I never thought it was for me. It wasn't until I saw MESA and different engineering communities at my community college campus that I really saw, like, wow, there are people like me, not only being engineers, but also doing it successfully and having amazing careers.
When I speak to alumni of the program, something comes up over and over that speaks to why a student might want to be involved in MESA. I think it's really about finding like-minded people, finding a community.
High school, and we'll get started now.
Hey Eric, we just got back from interviewing Mr. Lieberman. He's a special needs teacher at Santa Teresa High School who happens to be deaf, and he told us the story of Ava.
She was a deaf student who was extremely interested in pursuing multimedia, but on her first day of school, the teacher escorted her out, demanding she switch out of the class immediately.
The teacher said it was because she felt uncomfortable teaching a deaf student and was worried that Ava's disability would slow down others who had a real potential to succeed in her class.
No one should say that. What happened next?
Ava, determined to prove her teacher wrong, spent countless hours self-learning the material to prove she deserved to be there just as much as her hearing classmates. But the teacher constantly marked her scores down, refused to answer any of her questions, and turned a blind eye to bullying from her classmates. Eventually, unable to take it all, Ava quit the subject.
Despite the story's sadness, Mr. Lieberman said it wasn't shocking. In fact, these are only symptoms of a widespread set of difficulties that the deaf community faces on a daily. In his own life, many doubted his ability to succeed as a teacher. He always felt as though he had to put in 10 times as much effort to receive the same opportunities as his hearing colleagues.
Wait guys, why don't we create an audio transcription app that allows for easier method of communication for deaf people so that no one else in the deaf community ever has to face these problems again. And we can call the app Speak to Script, brought to you by
James Kim,
Shreyas Revenant,
and Eric Tao.
Hey guys, I think our app aligns with UN SDG number 10, more specifically Target 10.3, which aims to ensure equal opportunities and reduce inequalities. I've heard that over 48 million Americans are deaf, with 72% fearing entering new environments due to prejudice, 52% facing discrimination when compared to their peers, and 47% seeking improved communication support from their employers and teachers.
Wait guys, right now, isn't the only ways for the deaf and hearing communities to communicate through ASL, lip reading, translators, or other inaccurate transcription services?
That's right, but those methods of communication are extremely inconvenient, as ASL and lip reading are only skills learned by a small portion of the population. Even though professional ASL translators are available, they're extremely expensive and have to be requested in advance for events.
Not only are other transcription services extremely inaccurate, but they require a very slow talking pace to register the words at all, and this just isn't practical in everyday conversations.
That's why Speak to Script aims to simplify communication between hearing and deaf individuals by accurately transcribing conversations to make discussions seamless. So, while interviewing Mr. Lieberman and doing some research on our own, we were able to uncover 2 of our users' main needs.
Our main objective is ease in communication. We enable active participation in classroom discussions, meetings, lectures, and just everyday conversation through a fast transcription service. We also enable our non-vocal users to participate using a text-to-speech feature to voice their opinions and thoughts out loud to make a more inclusive environment.
Secondly, cost efficiency. ASL translators can cost anywhere from $75 to $125 an hour. This simply isn't affordable for everyone. Our app addresses this problem by making the technology completely free, increasing accessibility for all.
Can you guys explain more about the design process that we used?
Absolutely. So we made sure that the wants and needs of our users were given the highest priority in the design process.
Using the human-centered design process, our app went through 3 key stages. Step 1 was assessing our user needs by talking to our ideal user, Mr. Lieberman. His feedback, along with in-depth research, allowed us to gain a deeper understanding of the root cause of the discrimination and served as a basis for our design decisions.
Step 2 was using our in-depth understanding of the issues that were identified previously to create our app. We decided to use AI as it is a technology that allowed us to create more accurate transcriptions, which was the central need identified in the previous step. We also made sure to tweak both the performance and accuracy of our transcription process.
Oh, and I remember step 3. We were able to continuously enhance our prototype thanks to the many users who tested it thoroughly during development and provided feedback.
Wait guys, so what are some of the challenges we faced and how exactly did we solve them?
So the first iteration of our app was a simple UI that worked by sending recorded audio data to a Pi.web endpoint that would run the audio data through the machine learning model and transcribe it into text. Users who tested this iteration identified that the UI was not very visually appealing and that the navigation was clunky and hard to use. Additionally, the backend had a bug where it would return no text sometimes because the audio was preprocessed incorrectly.
In iteration 2, we addressed the user feedback by completely revamping our app's navigation system through the addition of the bottom bar. We also improved the color scheme to be more pleasing to our users and tweaked the backend for a better response time. If you guys look at page 6 of your coding packet, you will see how we addressed the bug that was in the previous version and completely fixed it.
For iteration 3, we fixed the inconvenience of our users had to manually copy transcribed text in order to save a transcribed conversation for future reference. This was done by saving the transcription results to a local database on device, as well as the addition of a subpage and a menu where the user could view a list of past transcriptions. You can see the code for this on page 4 of the coding packet. We also added the feature for offline mode, allowing users to utilize our app wherever they are, regardless of internet connection.
Here is Mr. Lieberman's thoughts on our final iteration of our app.
Big plus. Because, for people with hearing loss, they have to listen at that moment and to recall everything that they said maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago. Typically, for a person with a hearing loss, they may not remember that. And it's just very...
So do you see yourself using this app on a regular basis?
Absolutely.
Wait guys, all these features sound amazing, but I'm having a little trouble visualizing it all. I think I need to see a demonstration.
Of course, we will show you how to use every useful feature on our app through a live demonstration. Hey Eric, what'd you get on the most recent chemistry test? So, the first main feature is the input, which allows the application to record audio from the microphone and display it as text on the screen. Now, the next feature is text-to-speech. This essential feature allows users to enter text and convert it to audible speech, which is then played out for anyone to hear.
I think I totally failed it.
Then we have the feature to save conversations. Users can go back to the front page and then click on the icon again to save a conversation under a specified name.
Now you guys might be wondering, how exactly did we code this app?
So when designing our app, we strategically decided on two programming languages, JavaScript and Python. JavaScript was used for everything in the application's front-end side, including the application's visible components.
Then we used Python for the entire backend, which took care of the hidden processes and server-side functions.
For example, you could ask, how does the input feature work? Well, in the front end, when the audio is recorded, it becomes encoded data that is sent to the backend to be transcribed through the machine learning model and returned as text. The front end then waits until this text is returned from the backend, where it's then displayed on the screen for the user to view. You can find more details about this process on page 2 of the code packet. For the offline mode of our app, instead of sending the audio data through the network to the backend, it is instead sent to a process that is ran on device, and this sends it through the machine learning model, which is ran on device, and this makes it available locally.
Hey Shreya, Eric, didn't we use loops to code this project? Weren't they the main component of our app?
Absolutely. These loops played a fundamental role in continuously recording the audio data and sending it to the backend, and making sure that the backend text was displayed on the screen once it was sent back. And you can find details about this code on page 3 of our code pack.
We also implemented conditionals into our program, like to check for various states of the app. For example, it would check if the microphone was on, in turn allowing it to display the status of the user and record audio when necessary. It also caught bugs in the backend, which contributes to the reliability of our program and overall improved the user experience.
This prototype was created entirely virtually, eliminating any need for physical constraints outside laptops and phones, increasing both convenience and accessibility.
So James, what next step should we take to ensure that our app truly impacts the deaf community to even greater degree?
Our next step is to upload this app to the Google Play Store, something that we have already accomplished, as well as plans to upload to the Apple App Store. We also seek to acquire partnerships within the deaf education space to further both our impact and our reach.
In the future, we would also like to add the feature to add captions to video calls, live transcribed phone calls, and distinguish between multiple voices. We would also like to add the feature to translate between numerous languages to increase our reach globally.
Currently, implementing these features is a challenge, especially in the backend, because a separate machine learning model will have to be trained and integrated into the code. However, we believe that these next steps are crucial for a future iteration of our app because of the increased amount of convenience it will give to our users.
So what I'm getting from all this is that
our prototype, Speak-to-Script, is the most effective solution to improve communication within the deaf community.
Once it reaches a larger audience, it will be the only product that focuses directly on the deaf community and its needs, boosting its popularity in a market where the competitors aren't as focused.
Join us in this transformative journey where communication knows no bounds and amplify the voices which need to be heard.
Starting locally and ending globally, we are Speak-to-Script. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Way to represent California.
team is ready. California Middle School, starting now. Timer's right there.
Before we start our presentation, we would like to give you guys printouts as assistant materials. And these are the codes for every 2 people.
Are you a parent or caregiver? Do you often forget things because of multitasking?
Unfortunately, forgotten baby syndrome is one of the things that derives from this. Forgotten baby syndrome is when a parent leaves their child in a car for long periods of time due to the fact that they belong in their minds. To solve this problem, we created the FBS helper to alert parents whether or not they left their child in the car. Hi, my name is Kristen Gloria.
My name is Isabella Gonzalez.
My name is Jelini Batuan.
And my name is Miriam Ahmed. We are all 8th graders at Dalton Middle School with the CSULB Mesa Center, and we are representing California for this year's national competition.
And this is your FBS helper, the solution to forgotten baby syndrome. Our target users are low-income parents with young children. Low-income parents tend to be more stressed because they have to work long working hours to support their family. Young children tend to be more vulnerable to child heat stroke because their bodies are 3 to 5 times warmer than adults and they are small and fragile.
Our project is so important because of how much can change in minutes. Knowing that children and babies heat up 3 to 5 times faster than normal adults, we have limited time to save their lives. It is by using our product that parents will be alerted of the child's status in the car and we can prevent possible deaths due to heat stroke.
Our project addresses the 31 goal of good health and well-being by preventing child heat stroke deaths and alerting parents of whether or not the child is in the car. Our project also addresses target 3.2, which is any preventable child deaths.
As a solution,
we created a device that can be attached to the car seat and connected to the mobile phone of the parents using an Arduino Uno Rev3, sensors, C++, and block coding. Some obstacles we faced during the creation of our project included how we were putting the soldering wire next to the jumper wires instead of using the soldering wire to connect the jumper wires. To solve this problem, we resoldered our wires. We also faced the problem of the data not showing up on the Arduino IDE, which is necessary for the MIT App Inventor to be able to extract the data and send the notification. To solve this problem, we imported the correct libraries for our modules as well as revised our code. To create such a solution, we followed our own engineering design process. We started by brainstorming different problems in our community, such as drug usage and child deaths, which we later continued on through facing the inequity in UN Goal 3 of good health and well-being. We further expanded this to target 3.2 of any preventable child deaths. After doing so, we did additional background research to show the significance of our project. We found that forgotten baby syndrome is a memory loss syndrome which takes the lives of on average 38 children each year. We then designed the solution, which was a small and discreet device that would alert parents whether or not they left their child in the car. When we started building our device, we faced many challenges as mentioned by Lorraine. But another additional challenge was that our load cells were unresponsive. However, when we did solve this, we tested our prototype, which proved that our device had a 93% success rate of notification sending on time. Our major design choices were to conceal the pressure plate, sensors, and the technology holder. These were all needed to ensure accuracy and safety for our users.
one of the many iterations that we had during our design process included lengthening the wires to the door sensor. This was necessary to be able to detect if the parent was in or outside of the car. The FBS helper system uses several sensors, such as a 50-kilogram load cell to detect whether or not the child is in the car seat, and door sensor to determine whether or not the parent is in the car. We also use an Arduino Uno Rev3, an HX711 module, a Bluetooth module, and an NTC temperature sensor, which were connected through a breadboard, male-to-female jumper wires, and copper tin wires. In order to use these components in our system, we mainly use if-else statements, as demonstrated by our check door state function and our handle Bluetooth command. These functions and commands are necessary parts of our code as they check the parent status and the connection to the app. Within our project, we used the MIT App Inventor as well as the Arduino Uno Rev3. We used the MIT App Inventor because it was easy to use, especially using block coding to create an app, send notifications, and connect it to the Arduino. We used the Arduino because it was the cheapest option available to us, which would make it more accessible to our consumers. Using these components, we were able to construct this app. It first begins with the parent clicking off of the home page and then connecting their FBS helper with the actual app. This will change the status from disconnected to connected. Then from here, they'll click the Start button, which will begin to send the data from the Arduino to the MIT App Inventor. This will be used by a series of combinations of addition statements to determine whether or not the alert is sent. It will turn the data to a numerical value that is used in an addition statement. So for example, in a situation where weight is detected in the car seat there, that will equal 1, and if the door is open, it will equal 2. And since the sum of these two values equals 3, the alert will send after around roughly 30 seconds. And we also included a temperature part at the top of our app to show how severe the situation could be, but we do acknowledge it may not be 100% accurate because of the many surrounding factors to the car seat. And for our live demonstration today, we have changed the time interval of 30 seconds to around 10 seconds.
And for today's live demonstration, I'll be playing the role of the child being forgotten. The device has been installed into the car seat underneath the pad, and we will now be clicking the big red Start button.
And in today's demonstration, I will be playing the mother forgetting her child in the car.
When the 50-kilogram load cell detects that the child is still in the car, but the door sensor detects that the parent is out of the car, the notification will be sent, as seen in a few seconds.
I'll send. This is the alert, and it was sent.
So in order to test this product, we conducted a total of 100 trials in which we instructed the parent to drive around a one-block neighborhood with 3-pound weights on the car seat to simulate the child's weight. With 50 of the trials, we instructed them to keep the weights out inside the car seat, and we expected that the notification would be sent. And with the other 50 trials, we instructed them to take the weights out of the car seat, and we expected that the notification would not be sent. Out of the 100 trials, 93 of them were successful, meaning that there could still be improvements made to the product. As seen in our first set of trials, the data is based on notifications being received. Notifications are triggered when the child is left in the car seat. As seen in our data, in 3 of the trials, the notification was not sent. In this graph, it was the exact opposite. The data is being collected with no notifications being sent. No notifications are triggered when a parent actually removes their child from the car seat. However, in 4 of the trials, the notification was sent when it was not supposed to.
During the 50 trials where the notification was sending, we recorded the exact times it took for each notification to send. On average, it took 1.98 or 1 minute and 58 seconds for the notifications to send. Originally, we had the notification sent after 2 minutes of the parent being away from the car, but after actually seeing the distance we could walk in 2 minutes, we realized that this was too much of a time to have the parents leave the car and have the child still in the car, so we reduced the time to 30 seconds to further ensure the safety of the child. We understand that there can still be many improvements made to our project. For example, we can make this device suitable for all types of car seats instead of just the one that we have today. We also understand that we can make this app run in the background of the parent's phone instead of having the parent manually click the start button every time that they want to use the app. However, we believe that we are successful in all the objectives that we set for ourselves.
We do acknowledge that some problems may have occurred during the testing process. One main problem was the connection between the app and the device. The signal may have been weakened due to external factors that we cannot control, like the car's movement, the environment, and radio waves connecting the app to the device. However, we believe that we could further improve our device by debugging all inaccurate parts of our code to ensure accuracy for our users as parents.
No one deserves to have their loved ones taken away from them, not to mention the excruciating guilt that comes with feeling that you are the reason why your loved ones passed away. With our FBS helper, we are able to successfully stop child heat strokes all around the world and lead the new generation to grow up and prosper.
Get your FBS helper today by contacting Dotson Middle School's FBS agency.
Yes. Alright, I have the time right here, and you guys can start now.
Pictures are better than words. Every day, even without thinking, we are creating mental images. However, many people struggle to make the connection between words and the part of the brain that controls mental imagery. My name is Dylan, this is Arlai and Fiona, and we are the creators of the Chrome extension Text Division, which allows users to generate an image from a piece of text to aid in connecting words and long-term memory, leading to knowledge. Through survey and interviews with students and a special education teacher, we found that neurodivergent students face inequities in our community. Neurodivergent students have brains that function differently. And after researching, we found that around 15 to 20% of students have some kind of neurodivergence. These students learn best from a diverse format of information. And as there's an abundance of text in most classrooms, which is a poor format for presenting many concepts, this means these students do not have equitable access to education. Our product, Text Division, targets UN Sustainability Goal 4, quality education, and specifically Goal 4.1, which states, by 2030, all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality education.
Our product, Text Division, is directly based off of our users' needs. Our students need a tool for literacy and autonomy over their learning while illustrating concepts through multiple media. Our teacher users need a tool that is accessible to a variety of students and can differentiate for their different learning styles, skills, and abilities. Our product is directly based off of these needs by giving students a tool that they can use independently to illustrate different concepts that they may not know. Our product, Text Division, is directly based off the ideas proposed in dual coding theory. The theory states that people need both pictures and words for someone to transfer information from their working memory to long-term memory as knowledge.
Here's an example of a website that does not allow for the dual coding process, but is an excellent candidate for our extension, Text Division. This website that we found about climate change has lots of complex words and not very many visuals, leading students to get confused easily. To use our product, you first want to highlight a word or string of words you want to see visualized. Then, two buttons will appear, a T2V button and an X button. When you press the T2V button, a pop-up window will appear with your text in a text box and the Generate button. Once the Generate button is clicked, the AI will produce a unique image that is tailored to the student's prompt. Through our research, we found that 90% of students in the US utilize Chromebooks for school. Chromebooks exclusively run on Chrome hardware and software, meaning the only browser accessible is Chrome. We used any laptop with the ability to access the Chrome browser as our main material. We used a Chrome extension as our main piece of technology for two main reasons. First, Chrome is the only browser accessible on most students' laptops in the United States. And second, if you open a website on the Chrome browser, you have access to your extensions, like Grammarly or AdBlock, meaning you can use our extension on any website.
The coding platform we used is called Visual Studio Code. It is easy to use and is lightweight. Its features include support for intelligent code completion, debugging, and a large variety of extensions for customization options. Our code can be fully viewed in the yellow section of our notebook. The main files needed to create a Chrome extension include the manifest.json, generate.js, and background.js. The main file needed to create an extension is called a manifest.json. This tells the browser the name, version, permissions, security, and a lot more. The generate.js file calls the API, or Application Programming Interface. Additionally, the background.js utilizes what is called the context menu by installing what is called a service worker or background script.
Another key component of our extension are the pop-up buttons, which are controlled through the content.js file. These two buttons are HTML elements that are directly implemented into a web page and do not run in the background like a service worker. The T2V button opens a pop-up window with whatever text you had highlighted and the Generate button. And when Generate is clicked, the API is called. An API is a software intermediary that allows for two applications to talk to one another.
An API is similar to a waiter taking an order. Whenever a text prompt is put into the text box, It then orders an image from the generator. When it is done cooking, it is then delivered back to you, appearing on your screen. Our prototype has three primary variables and outputs. Whenever text is highlighted, then the T2V buttons appear. Once the T2V button is clicked, the pop-up window will appear. Once generator is selected in the pop-up window, then an AI image will be produced.
Throughout this process, we use the engineering design process as seen in our engineering notebook. We first interviewed Miss Elks, a special education teacher who has taught for over 20 years. She spoke about how modern classrooms are more computerized. She believes that in modern classrooms, students are not getting the visual support they need to create long-term knowledge. In our research, we learned about neurodivergence, the theory of dual coding, and how many students in the US utilize Chromebooks. We used our interviews and research to influence our product. Our product allows easy access through highlighting text and generating an image that is based off the prompt it is given. Throughout our testing after we built our extension, we wondered how long each image generation would take depending on the amount of words entered. We used a random word generator to vary the kinds and numbers of words. On average, it took about 8.9 seconds to generate an image.
After user feedback and testing results, we need to change a few things. Students would often get impatient and click the generate button multiple times, producing multiple images. Because it is not possible to shorten the time it takes to produce an image, we changed the text on the button to generating ... after it is pressed, so that students can know the generator is working. We also got students' feedback on our prototype. Overall, they had very positive feedback and saw themselves using our tool.
We also faced many challenges in our programming, in JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. No one in our group had any programming experience with any of these languages, so the learning curve was steep. The biggest challenge that we faced were proxy servers. A proxy server is important for API key security, and ours was not functioning. So to address this challenge, we used the engineering design process to research, test, and improve our product while we modified our code. Additionally, we got the help of a mentor, and with their assistance, we were able to create a working prototype server.
Our prototype went through two major phases. In the first phase, we learned all about Chrome extension development. In our first prototype, we created an extension that would place a screen filter over the browser. In our second prototype, we included a text-to-speech extension that would read out text that was highlighted. This helped us to learn all about APIs. Our second phase introduced the AI image generator. In our third prototype, we included the context menu, a pop-up window, and of course, the AI image generator. In our fourth and current prototype, we have reduced the number of steps it takes to produce an image and improve aesthetics.
And as for future improvements, we would like to add more tools to help neurodivergent students, such as text-to-speech. We would also like to create a website for improved customization and a completed proxy server, and as well as an app for mobile use. Text division allows neurodivergent students equitable access to education through the illustration of text online. Visualization has proven effective at boosting literacy by creating word-to-image connections and developing overall fluency. As I stated at the beginning of this pitch, pictures are better than words. This quote was said by a first grader after using our extension, which is a testament to its real-world application. Students need both pictures and words to form lasting knowledge, and with our extension, Text Division, they are given this opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Alright, projector is warming up. Are you guys ready to go? Otherwise? Alright. So once the slides pop up, we can have the time to start. When you're ready, say go. Alright, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hello from Maryland!
We would like to share with you our project for the National Engineering Design Competition, the sewer sanitation scenario, cleaning the sewers by separating waste from water.
Join us, the sewer sanitation heroes, to see what it's all about.
I'm Leonardo Velasquez.
I'm Alexander Rivero.
I'm Nicholas Rivero.
I'm Andres Cornello.
Our school advisors are Miss Chen and Miss Castillo. We're all from Maryland, and we all go to Greenbelt Middle School.
Go Bears!
Do you want to drink plastic? How about lead or chlorine?
Out here having to drink that.
Well, unfortunately, in a lot of places, bodies of water can become polluted, causing unsafe drinking water. If this gets into the sewers, it eventually gets into the water that we drink, which can cause major health issues. Our project works towards United Nations Goal 6 and Target 6.1, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, and by 2030, achieve universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all.
Water runoff can sometimes carry pollutants into our drinking water, which can be very bad. And when you're putting solids down your garbage disposal or maybe flushing it down your toilet, it can cause a sanitary sewer overflow, or an SSO for short. The EPA states that preventing sewer overflows is a national enforcement priority, and they calculate that there are around 40,000 SSOs each year.
This is a common problem that Baltimore City faces, a city not far from where we live. Our target users are cities and sanitation workers that serve impoverished communities. Our project goal is 1, to ensure that wastewater and sewer systems are properly managed and contaminated water is properly filtered.
And 2, to separate solid waste from sewage systems to prevent SSOs.
And let's not forget to safeguard the quality of the water supply by preventing contamination from pollutants.
Right.
Now let me walk you through our engineering design process. After we had defined our objective, we started researching SSOs, clean water, and communities. Then we started our designs. Our first prototype included building and embedding code for a sensor and motor, adding a pipe, trash door, trash chute, and a zero water filter.
But then we realized we needed to make some changes.
That's right, Andres. This leads us to prototype number 2, in which we added a funnel to direct water intake into the pipe because it kept hitting the infrared sensor. Speaking of the infrared sensor, we also changed the infrared sensor's location, changed the motor code so it opened from 70 degrees to 30 degrees, changed the strainer angle, added a bolt to slow water intake into the filter, replaced the gallon water bottle we had at the bottom with a transparent bin for more stability, and we added our own mechanical room.
To make sure our second prototype worked as properly in a real-world environment, we had to include user feedback. Your turn, Anders.
Of course. Our first professional is Mr. John Mara, a program manager in Blue Water, Baltimore. We learned from him that sewage pipes are constantly breaking due to them not being constantly cleaned and or replaced.
We also met with Dr. Dwight Carr. He told us to increase our stability of our prototype by including clamps, screws, and other devices.
Additionally, we also met with Dr. Gonzalo Pippet. He suggested that we make our filter ourselves to help lower costs.
Speaking of making our own filter, finally we met with Dr. Luke Scally, PhD in chemistry and expert in biosynthesis. We learned from him that pollutants like lead, copper, iron, nickel, microplastics, and per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS for short, can get into the water that we drink. These can cause major health issues and concerns like liver, kidney, and breast cancer, and reduced response to vaccines, specifically to elderly people, babies, and pregnant women. He recommended that we made our own granular activated carbon filter using an ion exchange resin and coconut activated carbon.
We are all super grateful that these professionals decided to help us with our prototype. And out of all this feedback, it took us to prototype number 3. Nico, could you please explain?
Of course, Andres. So prototype number 3 was all about creating our own granular activated carbon filter using biochemical engineering. I'll get into that in a second. The order of materials from top to bottom was pebbles, sand, charcoal, coconut activated carbon, an ion exchange resin, and cloth membranes in between the layers. The pebbles, sand, and charcoal help gather large organisms and bacteria that might be in the water. This is where the biochemical engineering comes in, with the ion exchangers and coconut activated carbon, as they help capture metal pollutants, microplastics, and PFAS. The cloth membranes are there to help gather all of the pollutants in the water.
To make sure to make sure our filter work properly, we use lake water and drinking test strips. This is before and after filtration.
Our prototype seeks to successfully reduce the total hardness, copper, lead to nitric acid, carbonate, and the pH level.
This leads us to our fourth prototype, or the final prototype in which you see here today. So, we wanted to take it to the next level, so we 3D designed and printed a filter case, wire organizer, and a sign. We also replaced some of the duct tape with rubber bands and a tie clamp for stability. We also added a waterproof adhesive tape to the bowl to make it more stable and last longer. We also made a new mechanical room out of acrylic to make it more see-through and stable than cardboard, as well as adding a door to it so that we could still get in, but pieces would not fall out.
Speaking of the mechanical room, let's go for a tour. But safety first, hard helmets team.
Roger!
So here we have our updated mechanical room with an Arduino Uno R3, a breadboard, and a battery pack. The Arduino Uno R3 is a microprocessor that embeds all of the code into it. It uses the language C++, and we coded it using Arduino IDE. Next to that is a breadboard, which houses more wires and is essentially an extension of the Arduino Uno. Next to that is a battery pack, which powers the sewer sanitation scenario headquarters. You might be wondering, how do we incorporate coding into our project? Well, we incorporate coding into our project by using the infrared sensor and the 9G servo motor. Let me take you through the code. The first part is the introduction, which introduces the parts, the 9G servo motor and the infrared sensor, to the Arduino Uno R3. The second part is the void setup, which tells the infrared sensor and 9G servo motor to turn on. And finally, the last part is the void loop. So it tells the infrared sensor to begin detecting data. If the infrared sensor detects an object, it turns the 9G servo motor 30 degrees until objects are no longer detected.
Before we get to our conclusion and results, it's the part that you've all been waiting for. Drum roll. The demonstration. Over to you, Alex.
Okay, so first, all the waste, liquid and solid, goes into this funnel at the top. Then, the solid waste is detected by an infrared sensor, which opens up a door. The liquid waste will go through the strainer and into our filter. Then, it filters out. The fourth step is that the solid waste goes down the trash chute and into the trash bin.
Our prototype successfully met our objectives by first, ensure that sewage systems are properly managed.
Successfully separating wastewater from solid waste in order to prevent SSOs.
And finally, our prototype was also able to meet our secondary goal, which was to safeguard the quality of the water supply by using a filter that successfully reduced pollutants. This project has been an amazing experience for everybody involved. We learned many real-world and problem-solving skills, even to the point where we can attempt to solve a real-world problem. Next steps for this project would be to make it on a larger scale and implement it in a real sewage system.
So, what can you guys do to help us fix this? So the next time you're thinking about putting that banana peel or oil down the garbage disposal,
don't!
That can cause backups and SSOs. And always remember to have your sewage pipes regularly cleaned and or replaced. But most of all, don't forget to become a sewer sanitation hero and help us make clean, safe drinking water
one drop at a time.
Thank you.
on silent. Throw under your lap, make sure they don't slide off. Microphone's on. Okay. Alright, so you guys are ready? This is our last school. Go ahead and get started now.
Hi, we made the Hydroelectric prototype. We go to high school in Lakewood, Colorado at Warren Tech Central. I'm Michael.
I'm Jacob. I'm Thomas.
Okay, so we chose UN Goal 7 for more sustainable and efficient energy. Energy is currently not as efficient as it needs to be. It needs to significantly increase in efficiency according to the UN. Also, it's only about a third of electricity is renewable, and even less, small fraction is for transportation and heating. We need to significantly increase this fraction.
The reason why the problem with non-renewables is worth considering is that there's a lot of pollutions going on from conventional energy producing sources like coal and natural gas, and of course with the UN goal is to decrease that and have more renewable replacing that. And essentially there were three options actually we're considering. One was wind, the other was solar, and the other was hydropower. But the problem with wind and solar is that the sun isn't always shining and the wind isn't always blowing, whereas water will flow between those times and can be the most reliable source, which is why we ended up going full in with our prototype. Not to mention that it's with the existing plumbing infrastructure we have with our homes and commercial buildings in the cities, it's much easier to integrate, whereas building solar and wind farms from scratch is a farther dream. And we based our design off of a commercial hydroelectric dam. As you can see in the diagram, the small chute that goes downwards essentially takes advantage of gravity of water, which weighs down the water to push it through the penstock channel, which rushes into the turbine, which with enough pushing force can rotate the turbine and generate electricity through the generator and transformer, and then goes through the whole power grid system, powering entire towns. And the rest of the water just simply goes down. And that is essentially how ours works, but just a much more minuscule model that is in the walls of houses and buildings.
Yeah, so our prototype is a scaled down model of that dam. And so as you can see, it would go right as the water is coming from the main into a house or any other building with plumbing. And every time water is used, the water would flow through the turbine and generate electricity as the water is used. And so we have this valve here, which is controlling how much water is going actually through the turbine or just through the regular channel. The only difference there would be if you need more water pressure, you would let it just go through the regular channel instead of the turbine, because that's the trade-off. It's like electricity or water pressure. And then these two valves are for maintenance on the turbine if you ever needed to replace it or fix any problems. So I'll pass this around and let you guys look at it. So I designed this user interface so it would come back like a thermostat, so that users could remotely control
this valve. So this valve controls like how much water is diverted to the turbine versus how much this goes straight through the main. You press, for how I designed this, you press the blue button and you're able to move this potentiometer to change the position of the valve. There's a readout on the LCD screen that shows the valve's position. You can press the red button and you are able to, these two wires right here will show the voltage and this LED will show the current. These two wires here are just directly from the Arduino.
So basically what he's showing here is he's just taking power from the actual Arduino and showing that the LED turns on, which would signal current.
In the future, there would be it wouldn't be just an LED. There would, we would need like a special chip to read current, which then would be displayed on the LCD. I'm gonna go ahead and pass this around so you can mess with that. Just press the blue button and then you can use the dial to turn this servo. Use the blue dial and then it will transposition according to the degree on the screen. This is just a bit of the code. So this is for the blue valve. So if the mode is 2, there's 3 different modes, the home screen. The other one is for reading out the voltage. So if the mode is 2, then it will read the pin from the potentiometer, and then it converts it to degrees to set the servo. There's some timeout logic, so after a certain amount of time it just returns to the home screen and resets the mode to 0. Then it will write out to the servo the positioning, and then also set out the values on the LCD screen.
Alright, and so for this prototype, it could be implemented, like I said, in a house, in a commercial business, even in buildings like this one. Anywhere with plumbing really, you can generate electricity passively whenever water is being used with our prototype. And so we have NREL real close to our high school, and we could partner with them and they could let us know how we can improve it, how we could actually implement it, anything like that, and also Excel. Similar to how solar power works, we're thinking that this could be used in the same way where we generate electricity with our prototype and then it gets sent back to the grid and we get, the homeowner would get financial reimbursement for that. So a decreased electricity bill.
The next steps for this prototype from now that we'd like to head into is, first of all, fix out some of the quirks with a newer prototype, in which one of the main obvious ones is that there are right corners on the pipes that lead to the channel to the turbine, and we want to make them more just gradually separate from the main channel, and it's so that it's more efficient and there's less turbulence and essentially so that less water is wasted and pressure can be maintained. And also swapping out with a larger turbine so that more power can be yielded from the turbine blade as it's spinning. The current model, that's the yellow turbine, can only produce up to 12, which isn't substantial to power appliances like phones and other devices that could be around the house or in commercial spaces. And also another thing about it is that we'd like to reach clients and have plumbers tell us about what they can do about implementing it.
All right. Thank you.
Students from 11 to 2. Aztec Lanes is open at 12:30, so more bowling and skiing. And campus tours and other opportunities are available at the table. Enjoy lunch, and we'll start again at 1:15.
What do we put? Thank you. Good job. Oh, good job, guys.
Mesa's university and community college programs provide the experiences and support and resources that our students need to complete their STEM degrees in STEM majors. And we also work to ensure that they're well prepared for internships and career opportunities once they graduate.
MESA provides opportunities for growth in a number of different ways. First and foremost, being an advocate for underserved and underrepresented youth in our community. The student leadership conferences, the mentoring programs, the school, high school, and junior college programs, all of these things are giving students the opportunities and the skills and experiences necessary to get a potential job in an industry.
They have a lot of opportunities to talk to industry professionals, either through events like student leadership conferences, career fairs, even just the MESA program coordinators. They're super connected, so networking with them is really an awesome opportunity.
MESA engages with employee resource groups at various companies to really identify MESA alum within ERGs and within the companies. So when they do go into companies or corporate organizations, they have a community that they are matched to or community they belong to.
It's a big family. You meet people, you make lifelong connections with those that you meet through the program. Those are those kind of invaluable personal bonds as well as strategic and tactical career aspirational goals and bonds that MESA brings to the table.
I would like to be a software engineer. MESA is helping me to connect to employers. It will allow me to see what industries I like, and I'll be able to make a decision.
MESA's community has really helped me see that I belong in STEM. I always had an interest in computer science, but I never thought it was for me. It wasn't until I saw MESA and different engineering communities at my community college campus that I really saw, like, wow, there are people like me, not only being engineers, but also doing it successfully and having amazing careers.
When I speak to alumni of the program, something comes up over and over that speaks to why a student might want to be involved in MESA. I think it's really about finding like-minded people, finding a community of people who have the same interests, who have similar values, who frankly look like them, who come from cultural backgrounds that they can relate to. I think there is a sense of connectedness and community that students crave, and that's something that MESA provides at the middle school and high school level, but also in community colleges and universities.
Ser ingeniera es algo que yo no pensaba cuando era muy pequeña, ¿verdad? No es hasta que estuve en el programa de MESA te enseña cómo ser ingeniera y que tú puedes. Yo tengo una hija que tiene casi 10 años y ella sí le encanta las ciencias y matemáticas. So, me da mucha felicidad y mucho orgullo que le guste a ella. Yo la influí en esta manera porque ella me vio a mí hacer todas estas cosas y a mí me da mucha felicidad. Y ahora sí soy ingeniera y tengo mi maestría en Civil Engineering y trabajo en proyectos de construcción.
Over 250,000 people have gone through MESA and are alums of our program. That's a lot of leaders, both in and out of the STEM fields. We have a senator from California who's a MESA alum. We've had 3 astronauts go into space. We have countless others who are leaders in technology and science, even sports. The longevity of the program and the dedication of its staff and the ongoing interest and engagement of the alums fuel this program and continue to expand its reach and its impact.
My hope for MESA students is that they can really see themselves in the future, that they can see it really is possible to get through college and have a career in science, engineering, and math, and that they can dream big.
Hi, my name is Brenda Obonyo. I'm the founder and executive director of Breaking Barriers Foundation. We are an organization that aims to uplift and advocate for African individuals pursuing degrees in STEM and nursing who are based in Washington State. To me, MESA was the place that I found my confidence, my community, and my purpose. It is where I was told that I belonged in STEM, and it is where I believed that I could encourage more people to get an education in STEM and transform their lives. I just wanted to say congratulations to the teams at the competition, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hello, we are Arizona's NEDC team from Peoria High School. I'm Magdalena Anila.
I'm Leah Booker.
I'm Corona Anila. And our 4th member, Evan Lyda, is not currently here with us.
And our school advisor is Mr. Hill.
And our project is See the Sea. See the Sea is an interactive water table for children with visual impairments.
Our project is meant for children ages 2 to 6. See the Sea is designed to be interactive but also easy to use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Rebecca de la Torre. I've been in MESA for 3 years.
My name is Melanie Gallego and I have been in MESA for 2 years. My name is Kristen Ramos and I've been in MESA for 1 year.
And my name is Lakshmi Kala and I've been in MESA for 3 years. Our advisors for our school are Ms. Bella and Mr. Nightly, who are very dedicated towards our competitions.
We are representing the Todos Middle School in Nogales, Arizona. For our project, we created an app called Healthy Reflection, which is an app made by teens for teens. It's to better their mental health and help with their struggles. Since we know what they're going through and we relate to their issues, we wanted to create a safe space that will help them feel confident in themselves.
So the app would open with an optional survey, and after completing that survey, you would get a list of resources and hotlines that it would benefit their mental and emotional well-being.
In order to build our app, we researched in our school, city, county, and state.
To promote our app, we can put it on our district website, talk to the county superintendent, post it on social media, and spread the word to as many people as we can.
Hi, my name is Carol Ng, and I'm one of the advisors of Santa Teresa High School, and here's the other one.
I'm Chani Cornejo. I'm the second advisor of Santa Teresa High School MESA chapter. What are you doing?
Oh, hi, I'm Eric Tao, and I'm in the 11th grade, and I'm the programmer of the group.
Man, there's this bug I have to fix.
How should I fix it? Let me look. Oh, I know.
Hi, I'm Shreya. I'm in 11th grade and I'm the graphic designer of the group.
Whoa, this has way too many words. Let me try and shorten it real quick. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. Now let me add this to the background. Oh my gosh, I literally forgot to do the conclusion. I'm screwed.
Hi, I'm James Kim. I'm an 11th grader and I'm the researcher of this group.
Oh man, I have to research so much today. Thank you. Let me take a look here. Oh wait, I think I can use this. And wait, I can use this too for research. Cool, let me just jot it down real quick.
We are Team SOS and represent Mesa, California.
Yeah, I treat you like a lady, till you burned out, cremation. Make it cream, yeah, Wu-Tang. Throw that back bouquet. Call me and I could get it.
And we're 8th graders from Dotson Middle School at the CSULB Mesa Center representing the state of California for this year's National Engineering Design Competition. Yay! Hi, my name is Jillian. I'm one of the main coders of the team and helped construct this app. One fun fact about me is that I love to bike. Hi, I'm Kirsten and I am one of the main engineers of this project. As you can see here, we created a circuit similar to the one that we used for our prototype. One fun fact about me is that I've played piano for the past 8 years. And I was like, baby, 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 huh? Hi, I'm Isabella Gonzalez, and I'm the main writer for the FBS Helper. One fun fact about me is that I've been singing since I was 7 years old. I was made for loving you.
Oh, hello. I didn't notice you there. Come on, I'll introduce you to myself. Hi, my name is Reno Med. I was the main coder of the Arduino Uno IDE. And a fun fact about me is that I make YouTube videos about all the Mesa competitions that I've been to.
You could travel the world, but nothing comes close to the Golden Coast. Once you party with us,
welcome to California.
I'm Saran.
And I'm Amber.
And this is our project, the C-Link, from Springbrook High School, and our advisor is Mr. Knapp.
The C-Link ultimately aims to promote sustainable gardening and linking low-income communities to accessible produce. From language barriers to financial barriers, we found that many people in our community had a hard time accessing the produce that they need. C-Link's goal is ultimately to help bridge the gap between communities to make sure that produce is accessible for everyone, while also promoting sustainable agriculture. So we came up with this design, a clean, nice, and compact design for those who may have limited space or those who may not know where to begin with gardening. What we have is an Arduino microcontroller inside, hooked up to our 3 sensors. We have the capacitive soil moisture sensor, our temperature and humidity sensor, and then this soil NPK sensor that measures the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium values of the soil. And so what this does is kind of measure the health surrounding the plant's environment, the plant's soil, and kind of just where the state of the soil is at. And we also, within the C-Link, we have a battery pack that powers our sensor, and we have the RS-45 Modbus that translates the data to the Arduino microcontroller, and which then, these inputs are then put into our machine learning model that Mela will talk more about.
Yeah, so we take all the data from our NPK sensor, our temperature and humidity sensor, and our capacitive soil moisture sensor, and we put that into our website where it's shown live. Here, a user can put in values for any additional values, including soil type and crop type, and it will output a recommended fertilizer and a recommended organic alternative. Here, we're trying to promote sustainable agriculture, as well as providing low-income families and other people who might be interested in gardening an opportunity for cost-effective alternatives to fertilizers and promoting an end to runoff. We use a machine learning model that's able to take data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that recommends fertilizers and output organic alternatives based on our research. And that's our project, the C-Link. We just want to promote sustainable agriculture to all. Thank you for listening.
Hello from Maryland. We would like to share with you our project for the National Engineering Design Competition, the Sewer Sanitation Scenario.
Join us, the Sewer Sanitation Heroes, to learn more about it.
I am Alexander Rivera.
And I'm Nicholas Rivera.
And I'm Andres Carino.
And I'm Leonardo Ruby Velasquez.
We're all from Greenbelt Middle School, and our MESA coordinators are Ya-Chi Chen and Ruby Castillo.
Our project works towards United Nations Goal 6 and Target 6.1, ensure sanitary sewer management and clean, affordable, equitable access to drinking water to all by 2030.
Our prototype is designed to achieve this goal by ensuring that sewer systems are clean and safe to drink. The main cause of dirty sewer stations are SSOs.
Thanks, Andres. So backups and sanitary sewer overflows, or SSOs, can actually add additional pollutants to the water, which makes it even worse to drink. Additional pollutants include, but are not limited to, chlorine, nickel, iron, copper, lead, microplastics, and even per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS for short.
Which are pros that can always help.
Our prototype helps stop these backups and SSOs by separating the water from the solid waste. So the water will go through the strainer, which will go through this filter. The solid waste will be kept at the strainer, which will then be detected by the infrared sensor, triggering this 90 servo motor, opening the door, and the trash will go down this garbage chute into the trash.
Which the filter we created ourselves.
The cover of our filter was 3D printed, which was a very good experience.
Additionally, we also created the interior of our filter. We used an ion exchange resin and coconut shell activated carbon to gather metallic pollutants like lead and iron. Additionally, we used cloth-like membranes to gather microplastics and used sand, charcoal, and pebbles to gather other additional pollutants.
We are super excited for this opportunity.
That's all from Maryland.
I'm Dylan.
Hi, I'm Arlen.
Hi, I'm Fiona.
And we are from Next Gen Academy High School and in New Mexico, and the creators of the Chrome Extension Text Division.
The UN's Sustainable Development Goal is 4.1, which states, by 2030, ensure all girls and boys free, equitable, and quality primary education, leading to relevant learning outcomes.
Our users stated they lack the tools necessary to aid in their learning. So we created Text Division to open another avenue to assist those who have a low literacy level, to make long-term connections with information online.
Many students, especially those with neurodivergence, struggle to make the connection between words and the part of the brain that controls mental imagery. This leads to them being unable to establish the long-term connection necessary for learning. Text Division is a tool that helps neurodivergent students with the generation of images to aid the connection between words and long-term memory, leading to knowledge.
We are from Next Gen Academy High School in New Mexico, and the creators of the Chrome Extension Text Division.
Did you know that around 530,000 tons of food are wasted each year by schools in the United States? At our school, two main issues contribute to this problem. Firstly, students often don't know what lunch is being served in advance, leading to not eating their lunch. Secondly, our cafeteria manager, Norma Payares, has to estimate how many kids will eat that day, often leading in too much lunch is being prepared. This results in approximately 25 lunches wasted daily. To combat this, our team has developed a solution, a device that will provide advanced information to the students and give cafeteria workers an accurate count of expected eaters. By keeping everyone informed, our goal is to significantly reduce our cafeteria's food waste.
Good morning, my name is Rogelio Betancourt and I'm the engineer and programmer of the team.
Hello, my name is Alvin Gamboa and I am the researcher of this team.
My name is Caleb Sanchez and I am the designer of our team. This is Ms. Viramontes and she is our MESA advisor, and we are Chaparral Middle School, representing New Mexico.
Every morning, all students have to do is log into their Chromebooks or use the device before school. To prevent multiple uses, we implemented ID numbers as verification. Meanwhile, Norma, our cafeteria manager, will be able to view the total count through both the app and the device. Here's a demonstration of food check. One of the key features is a screen that displays information. In both our app and device, the first thing the students will need to do is enter their 5-digit ID numbers. After they've entered their 5-digit ID numbers, the lunch menu for that day will be displayed across the screen or LCD. Next, they will press the button if they want to eat. Finally, they will be taken to the thank you screen. If using the device and they do not want to eat, there is no need to press anything, and the LCD will go back to the enter ID screen after 10 seconds. In our app, there's an additional screen that informs students on how to reduce food waste in their schools. If using the device, all the cafeteria staff has to do to look at the current count is press the button in the enter ID screen.
My name's Ann and I'm a junior at Parkhurst High School and I like to play piano.
Hi, I'm Deegan. I'm a freshman at Park Rose High School and I want to be an engineer.
Oh, hey. I'm Saladobi, and I am a Park Rose High School senior, and I am happy to attend the Mesa Nationals.
Hey, Ryan. I know how to make really good white bread, russet bread, artisan bread. I'm learning how to do sourdough bread. Yeah, it seems about it.
Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. Commencing.
I'm Mrs. Rondes, a teacher here at Park Rose High School, and this is my science lab.
This is Project Rivers.
Raising insight via environmental research for salmon.
Project Rivers has a turbidity sensor attached to two arms, which will allow it to dip into the water get all the turbidity levels, all of that, and then retract and send that data to advocacy groups. That way they can advocate for cleaner water for salmon. We're always innovating as a team. Thus, our team name is
We're Working on It.
Thank you.
Hi, we are team
G, Gigi,
A, Alondra,
L, Lucero,
A, Alan,
and we are team
Gala. Y ahora estamos a minutos antes de presentar nuestro baile folclórico en la escuela Hydroelectric Middle School en Milwaukee, Oregon. Estamos muy orgullosos de representar nuestra cultura por el baile y nuestro estado por las nacionales de Mesa. We are minutes away from our ballet folklorico performance at Alder Creek Middle School in Milwaukee, Oregon. We are very proud to represent our culture through dance and represent our state at Mesa Nationals.
And introducing our advisor, Yes!
The inequity we're solving is bringing back the lamprey to their original homeland and restoring their natural habitat. The solution is to make a camera that can help us learn more about the lamprey, their movement, and how they act using a motion sensor. Solving this inequity will help the lamprey and prove how important of an impact they make to our environment and to our client.
This project serves our client Gabe Shoships, who is part of the Cayuse and Walla Walla tribes. We are honored to help Gabe on his journey to restore the lamprey population to their ancestral homeland.
See you in San Diego!
There are 15 million people in New England, and they left it up to us.
We're outnumbered 40-1 by someone here, but we have no intention of letting that stop us.
We're used to being underestimated. We come from a small school in a small city in the smallest state.
But there's nothing small about our admissions.
All seem lovely. We'd like to get to know you better.
We don't not want to make friends here, but we also didn't come all the way out here to make friends, or to see the Tasmanian Devils or the Komodo Dragons.
We didn't fly 3,000 miles
For the Padres or the aircraft carrier.
No, we came out here for two reasons.
First of all
of you need to know about Maryland.
Safe to say, there's a lot of programming talent in this country.
Not to mention considerable academic ability and social leadership skills. If you've studied computer science and you think other shit too, NerdU is the kind of site you need to pay attention to.
Dedicated to breaking down barriers between students and the 21st century education that they need.
Because one of the key needs we identified is to stigmatize and compare science classes.
It would be irresponsible if we didn't try to recruit all of you to help.
Because we assume we're competing against exactly the kind of people we need help from to destroy that stigma.
And the other reason, probably guessed it by now, we're on a very small part of the map. We need a few more pins. And so that's
why we
came
came for trophies.
Hi, my name is Manel.
My name is Damari.
My name is Rosa.
And my name is Desha. And we're from
the Cecil Middle School.
Our app is called DMA to inform people about diabetes. Bye!
Hi, I'm Nate Olson. I'm the instructor at Warren Tech Central in Lakewood, Colorado. I've been teaching for 23 years in the Jefferson County Public School System. The students that come here go half the day for classes. They go to their home high schools either in a morning session or a PM session, and then come to me for 3 hours or 3 hours and 45 minutes half the day for an AM session or PM session. Here's my team.
Hi, I'm Michael. I was the project manager. I go to Arvada West High School, and I am in 11th grade.
Hi, I'm Thomas Matviuk, and I am the designer of the prototype, and I'm from Ralston Valley High School, and I'm in senior, 12th grade.
I'm Jacob Delzer. I'm the coding and electrical. I go to Green Mountain as a 11th grader.
This is the hydrocharger prototype. As you can see from the graph, it would go right as the water enters your house, and anytime you turn on a faucet or use any water in your house, electricity would be generated through this turbine. He'll talk about the valves.
Alright, so this main valve right here regulates water pressure, which diverts some of it to the side channel, and these are just for maintenance whenever this is not in use or when it's to be replaced.
And this is how you interact with the valves. It's an microcontroller UI where you can control the valves, as he explained.
We are Coyote High School from Utah, and we are presenting Give Me a Hand. My name is Nora, and I'm in charge of mechanical design.
My name is Sasha, and I was in charge of the data research and business side of things during this NEDC season.
My name is Sahil. I worked on the software and electronics side.
Hi, I'm Bhuvya Suri, and I manage mechanical and data research side of things.
I am Yuri Perez, the MESA advisor at Cottonwood High School in Murray City, Utah.
Choose your fighter. Nora Bagley, level 14. She likes to read and cook some killer lemon chicken.
There's a lawyer trying to steal my water rights.
Colby Green, level 14. He loves school and can run real fast.
My brain is not functioning today, or any day.
Owen O'Daredevil, level 13. Good actor and likes woodworking.
I don't know how I got here.
Danny Mankowski, level 14. Name a country and cheese pen. Can crochet.
There's a rocket ship.
No boss, Derek Tate. The epic supervisor. Makes a killer bomb.
You will never get a drink from me!
Hi, I'm Ryan Abastias.
I'm Bradley Caulfield.
I'm Solioli Hernandez, and we're Team Washington.
From Chihuahua High School.
Out of the YVTC Mesa Center.
We're from Tri-Cities, which is an area full of ranchers and farmers. We understood that there was a problem where they would have to face coyotes who would come in and hunt their livestock. So we wanted to make something that would scare them away without them having to use very violent and gruesome methods.
This is the Wild Eye, a non-lethal coyote deterrent device. So what it does is when a coyote is detected with our sensor, the speakers and lights start going off to help ward off the coyote. And as that's happening, our ESP32 camera sends a video to our app so the local farmers can look at what's happening with their livestock.
Ultimately, this device addresses the UN SDG 15.5 of life on land by protecting the lives of animals while also providing a cost-efficient, effective, and low-stress solution to farmers' lives. It improves the lives of both users. And ultimately, as many farmers experience this, it can shape and change the landscape of farming locally, statewide, and nationally.
Hi, I'm Isla.
And I'm Kira. We're 8th graders at Westwood Middle School in Spokane, Washington.
We're led by our amazing advisor, Miss Clayton. Last summer, there was a huge wildfire in our community called the Gray Fire.
This fire burned over 10,000 acres and destroyed 240 homes. This was just one of 63 wildfires in Spokane last summer.
Both of our families were lucky enough to avoid evacuation, but the smoke could clearly be seen from our school's parking lot. My house is less than 5 minutes away from here.
Many people in our community, including several that we know, should have been evacuated for the Gray Fire, but never received alerts.
We spoke with our deputy fire chief and toured our local 911 call center. We learned that both your phone settings and internet connection can affect your ability to receive safety alerts.
This affects everyone's safety, but most significantly impacts those in rural communities, low-income households, and older generations.
They may have difficulty using or signing up for alerts, have no internet, or no access to a smartphone at all.
This is why we created AREA, an accessible radio evacuation alert system.
Because our system works entirely off of radio signals, it removes the barrier of needing a smartphone or internet connection.
Creating this project has been such a fun experience, and we've both learned so much along the way.
We are excited to share our project and represent our school in the 2024 Nationals in San Diego.
Go Wolverines!
MESA's university and community college programs provide the experiences and support and resources that our students need to complete their STEM degrees in STEM majors. And we also work to ensure that they're well prepared for internships and career opportunities once they graduate.
MESA provides opportunities for growth in a number of different ways. First and foremost, being an advocate for underserved and underrepresented youth in our community. The student leadership conferences, the mentoring programs, the school, high school, and junior college programs, all of these things are giving students the opportunities and the skills and experiences necessary to get a potential job in an industry.
They have a lot of opportunities to talk to industry professionals, either through events like student leadership conferences, career fairs, even just the MESA program coordinators. They're super connected, so networking with them is really an awesome opportunity.
MESA engages with employee resource groups at various companies to really identify MESA alum within ERGs and within the companies. So when they do go into companies or corporate organizations, they have a community that they are matched to or community they belong to.
It's a big family. You meet people, you make lifelong connections with those that you meet through the program. Those are those kind of invaluable personal bonds as well as strategic and tactical career aspirational goals and bonds that MESA brings to the table.
I would like to be a software engineer. MESA is helping me to connect to employers. It will allow me to see what industries they like, and I'll be able to make a decision.
MESA's community has really helped me see that I belong in STEM. I always had an interest in computer science, but I never thought it was for me. It wasn't until I saw MESA and different engineering communities at my community college campus that I really saw, like, wow, there are people like me, not only being engineers, but also doing it successfully and having amazing careers.
When I speak to alumni of the program, something comes up over and over that speaks to why a student might want to be involved in MESA. I think it's really about finding like-minded people, finding a community of people who have the same interests, who have similar values, who frankly look like them, who come from cultural backgrounds that they can relate to. I think there is a sense of connectedness and community that students crave, and that's something that MESA provides at the middle school and high school level, but also in community colleges and universities.
Ser ingeniera es algo que yo no pensaba cuando era muy pequeña, ¿verdad? No es hasta que estuve en el programa de MESA te enseña cómo ser ingeniera y que tú puedes. Yo tengo una hija que tiene casi 10 años y ella sí le encanta las ciencias y matemáticas. So, me da mucha felicidad y mucho orgullo que le guste a ella. Yo la influí en esta manera porque ella me vio a mí hacer todas estas cosas y a mí me da mucha felicidad. Y ahora sí soy ingeniera y tengo mi maestría en Civil Engineering y trabajo en proyectos de construcción.
Over 250,000 people have gone through MESA and are alums of our program. That's a lot of leaders, both in and out of the STEM fields. We have a senator from California who's a MESA alum. We've had 3 astronauts go into space. We have countless others who are leaders in technology and science, even sports. The longevity of the program and the dedication of its staff and the ongoing interest and engagement of the alums fuel this program and continue to expand its reach and its impact.
My hope for MESA students is that they can really see themselves in the future, that they can see it really is possible to get through college and have a career in science, engineering, and math, and that they can dream big.
Hi, my name is Brenda Obonyo. I'm the founder and executive director of Breaking Barriers Foundation, We are an organization that aims to uplift and advocate for African individuals pursuing degrees in STEM and nursing who are based in Washington State. To me, Mesa was the place that I found my confidence, my community, and my purpose. It is where I was told that I belonged in STEM, and it is where I believed that I could encourage more people to get an education in STEM and transform their lives. I just wanted to say congratulations to the teams at the competition, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hello, we are Arizona's NEDC team from Peoria High School. I'm Magdalena Anila.
I'm Leah Booker.
I'm Corona Anila. And our fourth member, Evan Lyda, is not currently here with us.
And our school advisor is Mr. Hill.
And our project is See the Sea. See the Sea is an interactive water table for children with visual impairments.
Our project is meant for children ages 2 to 6. See the Sea is designed to be interactive but also easy to use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Rebecca de la Torre. I've been in Mesa for 3 years.
My name is Melanie Gallego and I have been in Mesa for 2 years. My name is Kristen Ramos and I've been in Mesa for 1 year.
And my name is Ashley Michaela and I've been in Mesa for 3 years. Our advisors for our school are Ms. Val and Mr. Lamprey, who are very dedicated towards our competitions.
We are representing Intertotos Middle School in Nogales, Arizona. For our project, we created an app called Healthy Reflection, which is an app made by teens for teens. It's to better their mental health and help with their struggles. Since we know what they're going through and we relate to their issues, we wanted to create a safe space that will help them feel confident in themselves.
So the app would open with an optional survey, and after completing that survey, you would get a list of resources and hotlines that it would benefit their mental and emotional well-being.
In order to build our app, we researched in our school, city, county, and state.
To promote our app, we can put it on our district website, talk to the county superintendent, post it on social media, and spread the word to as many people as we can.
Hi, my name is Carolyn, and I'm one of the advisors of Santa Teresa High School, and here's the other one.
I'm Chani Cornejo. I'm the second advisor of Santa Teresa High School Mesa chapter. What are you doing?
Oh, hi, I'm Eric Tao, and I'm in 11th grade, and I'm the programmer of the group.
Man, there's this bug I have to fix. How should I fix it? Let me look. Oh, I know.
Hi, I'm Shreya. I'm in 11th grade and I'm the graphic designer of the group.
Whoa, this has way too many words. Let me try and shorten it real quick. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. Now let me add this to the background. Oh my gosh, I literally forgot to do the conclusion. I'm screwed.
Hi, I'm James Kim. I'm an 11th grader and I'm the researcher of this group.
Oh man, I have to research so much today. Thank you. Let me take a look here. Oh wait, I think I can use this. And wait, I can use this too for research. Cool, let me just jot it down real quick.
We are Team S2S and represent Mesa, California.
Yeah, I treat you like a lady, till you burned out, cremation. Make it cream, yeah, Wu-Tang. Throw
that bouquet. Call me and I could get it.
And we're 8th graders from Dotson Middle School at the CSULB Mesa Center representing the state of California for this year's National Engineering Design Competition. Yay! Hi, my name is Jillian. I'm one of the main coders of the team and helped construct this app. One fun fact about me is that I love to bike. Hi, I'm Kirsten and I am one of the main engineers of this project. As you can see here, we created a circuit similar to the one that we used for our prototype. One fun fact about me is that I've played piano for the past 8 years. And I was like, baby, 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 huh? Hi, I'm Isabella Gonzalez, and I'm the main writer for the FBS Helper. One fun fact about me is that I've been singing since I was 7 years old. I was made for loving you.
Oh, hello. I didn't notice you there. Come on, I'll introduce you to myself. Hi, my name is Reno Ahmed. I was the main coder of the Arduino Uno IDE. And a fun fact about me is that I make YouTube videos about all the Mesa competitions that I've been to.
You could travel the world, but nothing comes close to the Golden Coast. Once you party with us,
welcome to California.
I'm Saran. And I'm Amber. And this is our project, the C-Link, from Springbrook High School, and our advisor is Mr. Knapp.
The C-Link ultimately aims to promote sustainable gardening and linking low-income communities to accessible produce. From language barriers to financial barriers, we found that many people in our community had a hard time accessing the produce that they need. C-Link's goal is ultimately to help bridge the gap between communities to make sure that produce is accessible for everyone, while also promoting sustainable agriculture.
So we came up with this design, a clean, nice, and compact design for those who may have limited space or those who may not know where to begin with gardening. What we have is an Arduino microcontroller inside, hooked up to our 3 sensors. We have the capacity of soil moisture sensor, our temperature and humidity sensor, and then this soil NPK sensor that measures the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium values of the soil. And so what this does is kind of measure the health surrounding the plant's environment, the plant's soil, and kind of just where the state of the soil is at. And we also, within the C-Link, we have a battery pack that powers our sensor, and we have the RS-45 Modbus that translates the data to the Arduino microcontroller, and which then, these inputs are then put into our machine learning model that Mela will talk more about. Yeah, so we take all the data from our NPK sensor, our temperature and humidity sensor, and our capacity of soil moisture sensor, and we put that into our website where it's shown live. Here, a user can put in values for any additional values, including soil type and crop type, and it will output a recommended fertilizer and a recommended organic alternative. Here, we're trying to promote sustainable agriculture, as well as providing low-income families and other people who might be interested in gardening an opportunity for cost-effective alternatives to fertilizers and promoting an end to runoff. We use a machine learning model that's able to take data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that recommends fertilizers and output organic alternatives based on our research. And that's our project, the C-Link. We just want to promote sustainable agriculture to all. Thank you for listening.
Hello from Maryland. We would like to share with you our project for the National Engineering Design Competition, the Sewer Sanitation Scenario.
Join us, the Sewer Sanitation Heroes, to learn more about it.
I am Alexander Rivera.
And I'm Nicholas Rivera.
And I'm Andres Carniaguelo.
And I'm Leonardo Ruby Velasquez.
We're all from Greenbelt Middle School, and our MESA coordinators are Ya-Chi Chen and Ruby Castillo.
Our project works towards United Nations Goal 6 and Target 6.1, ensure sanitary sewer management and clean, affordable, equitable access to drinking water to all by 2030.
Our prototype is designed to achieve this goal by ensuring that sewer systems are clean and safe to drink. The main cause of dirty sewer stations are SSOs.
Thanks, Andres. So backups and sanitary sewer overflows, or SSOs, can actually add additional pollutants to the water, which makes it even worse to drink. Additional pollutants include, but are not limited to, chlorine, nickel, iron, copper, lead, microplastics, and even per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS for short.
Which are pros that can always help.
Our prototype helps stop these backups and SSOs by separating the water from the solid waste. So the water will go through the strainer, which will go through this filter. The solid waste will be kept at the strainer, which will then be detected by the infrared sensor, triggering this nitrogen servo motor, opening the door, and the trash will go down this garbage chute into the trash.
Which the filter we created ourselves.
The cover of our filter was 3D printed, which was a very good experience.
Additionally, we also created the interior of our filter. We used an ion exchange resin and coconut shell activated carbon to gather metallic pollutants like lead and iron. Additionally, we used cloth-like membranes to gather microplastics and used sand, charcoal, and pebbles to gather other additional pollutants.
We are super excited for this opportunity.
That's all from Maryland.
I'm Dylan.
Hi, I'm Arlen.
Hi, I'm Fiona.
And we are from Next Gen Academy High School and in New Mexico, and the creators of the Chrome Extension Text Division.
The UN's Sustainable Development Goal is 4.1, which states, by 2030, ensure all girls and boys free, equitable, and quality primary education, leading to relevant learning outcomes.
Our users stated they lack the tools necessary to aid in their learning. So we created Text Division to open another avenue to assist those who have a low literacy level, to make long-term connections with information online.
Many students, especially those with neurodivergence, struggle to make the connection between words and the part of the brain that controls mental imagery. This leads to them being unable to establish the long-term connection necessary for learning. Text Division is a tool that helps neurodivergent students with the generation of images to aid the connection between words and long-term memory, leading to knowledge.
We are from Next Gen Academy High School in New Mexico and the creators of the Chrome Extension Text Division.
Did you know that around 530,000 tons of food are wasted each year by schools in the United States? At our school, two main issues contribute to this problem. Firstly, students often don't know what lunch is being served in advance, leading to not eating their lunch. Secondly, our cafeteria manager, Norma Payares, has to estimate how many kids will eat that day, often leading in too much lunch is being prepared. This results in approximately 25 lunches wasted daily. To combat this, our team has developed a solution, a device that will provide advanced information to the students and give cafeteria workers an accurate count of expected eaters. By keeping everyone informed, our goal is to significantly reduce our cafeteria's food waste.
Good morning, my name is Rogelio Betancourt and I'm the engineer and programmer of the team.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Gamboa and I am the researcher of this team.
My name is Caleb Sanchez and I am the designer of our team. This is Ms. Viramontes and she is our MESA advisor, and we are Chaparral Middle School, representing New Mexico.
Every morning, all students have to do is log into their Chromebooks or use the device for school. To prevent multiple uses, we implemented ID numbers as verification. Meanwhile, Norma, our cafeteria manager, will be able to view the total count through both the app and the device. Here's a demonstration of food check. One of the key features is a screen that displays information. In both our app and device, the first thing the students will need to do is enter their 5-digit ID numbers. After they've entered their 5-digit ID numbers, the lunch menu for that day will be displayed across the screen or LCD. Next, they will press the button if they want to eat. Finally, they will be taken to the thank you screen. If using the device and they do not want to eat, there is no need to press anything, and the LCD will go back to the enter ID screen after 10 seconds. In our app, there's an additional screen that informs students on how to reduce food waste in their schools. If using the device, all the cafeteria staff has to do to look at the current count is press the button in the Enter ID screen.
My name's Ann and I'm a junior at Parkhurst High School and I like to play piano.
Hi, I'm Deegan. I'm a freshman at Park Rose High School and I want to be an engineer.
Oh, hey. I'm Saladovi, and I am a Park Rose High School senior, and I am happy to attend the Mesa Nationals.
Hey, Ryan. I know how to make really good white bread, russet bread, artisan bread. I'm learning how to do sourdough bread. Yeah, it seems about it.
Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. Commencing.
I'm Mrs. Rondes, a teacher here at Park Rose High School, and this is my science lab.
This is Project Rivers.
Raising insight via environmental research for salmon.
Project Rivers has a turbidity sensor attached to two arms, which will allow it to dip into the water, get all the turbidity levels, all of that, and then retract and send that data to advocacy groups. That way they can advocate for cleaner water for salmon. We're always innovating as a team. Thus, our team name is
We're Working on It.
Thank you.
Hi, we are team G, Gigi, A, Alondra, L, Lucero, A, Alan, and we are team Gala.
Y ahora estamos a minutos antes de presentar nuestro baile folclórico en la escuela Hydroelectric Middle School en Milwaukee, Oregon. Estamos muy orgullosos de representar nuestra cultura por el baile y nuestro estado por las nacionales de Mesa.
We are minutes away from our ballet folklorico performance at Alder Creek Middle School in Milwaukee, Oregon. We are very proud to represent our culture through dance and represent our state at Mesa Nationals.
And introducing our advisor, Jess!
The inequity we're solving is bringing back the lamprey to their original homeland and restoring their natural habitat. The solution is to make a camera that can help us learn more about the lamprey, their movement, and how they act using a motion sensor. Solving this inequity will help the lamprey and prove how important of an impact they make to our environment and to our client.
This project serves our client Gabe Shoships, who is part of the Cayuse and Walla Walla tribes. We are honored to help Gabe on his journey to restore the lamprey population to their ancestral homeland.
See you in San Diego!
There are 15 million people in New England, and they left it up to us.
We're outnumbered 40-1 by someone new, but we have no intention of letting that stop us.
We're used to being underestimated. We come from a small school in a small city in the smallest state.
But there's nothing small about our missions.
All seem lovely. We'd like to get to know you better.
We don't not want to make friends here, but we also didn't come all the way out here to make friends, or to see the Tasmanian Devils or the Komodo Dragons.
We didn't fly 3,000 miles
For the Padres or the aircraft carrier.
No, we came out here for 2 reasons.
First of all
of you need to know about Maryland.
Safe to say, there's a lot of programming talent in this region.
Not to mention considerable academic ability and social leadership skills. If you've studied computer science and you think other shit too, NerdU is the kind of site you need to pay attention to.
Dedicated to breaking down barriers between students and the 21st century education that they need.
Because one of the key needs we identified is to stigmatize and compare science classes.
It would be irresponsible if we didn't try to recruit all of you to help.
Because we assume we're competing against exactly the kind of people we need help from to destroy that stigma.
And the other reason, probably guessed it by now, we're on a very small part of the map. We need a few more pins. And so that's why we came
for trophies.
Hi, my name is Manel.
My name is Damari. My name is Rosa.
And my name is Desha. And we're from the Central Middle School. Our app is called DMA to inform people about diabetes. Bye!
Hi, I'm Nate Olson. I'm the instructor at Warren Tech Central in Lakewood, Colorado. I've been teaching for 23 years in the Jefferson County Public School System. The students that come here go half the day for classes. They go to their home high schools either in a morning session or a PM session, and then come to me for 3 hours or 3 hours and 45 minutes half the day for an AM session or PM session. Here's my team.
Hi, I'm Michael. I was the project manager. I go to Arvada West High School, and I am in 11th grade.
Hi, I'm Thomas Matviuk, and I am the designer of the prototype, and I'm from Ralston Valley High School, and I'm in senior 12th grade.
I'm Jacob Delzer. I'm the coding and electrical. I go to Green Mountain as a 11th grader.
This is the hydrocharger prototype. As you can see from the graph, it would go right as the water enters your house, and anytime you turn on a faucet or use any water in your house, electricity would be generated through this turbine. We'll talk about the valves.
All right, so this main valve right here regulates water pressure, which diverts some of it to the side channel, and these are just for maintenance whenever this is not in use or when it's to be replaced.
And this is how you interact with the valves. It's an microcontroller UI, where you can control the valves, as he explained.
We are College High School from Utah, and we are presenting Give Me a Hand. My name is Nora, and I'm in charge of mechanical design.
My name is Sasha, and I was in charge of the data research and business side of things during this NEDC season.
My name is Sahil. I worked on the software and electronics side.
Hi, I'm Bhuvya Suri, and I manage mechanical and data research side of things.
I am Yuri Perez, the MESA advisor at Cottonwood High School in Murray City, Utah.
Choose your fighter. Nora Bagley, level 14. She likes to read and cook some killer lemon chicken.
There's a lawyer trying to steal my water rights.
Colby Green, level 14. He loves school and can run real fast.
My brain is not functioning today, or any day.
Owen O'Daredevil, level 13. Good actor and likes woodworking.
I don't know how I got here.
Danny Mankowski, level 14. Name a country and cheese pen. Can crochet.
There's a rocket ship.
No boss, Derek Tate, the epic supervisor. Makes a killer bomb.
You will never get a drink from me!
Hi, I'm Ryan Abastias.
I'm Bradley Caulfield.
I'm Solioli Hernandez, and we're Team Washington.
From Chihuahua High School.
Out of the YVTC Mesa Center.
We're from Tri-Cities, which is an area full of ranchers and farmers. We understood that there was a problem where they would have to face coyotes who would come in and hunt their livestock. So we wanted to make something that would scare them away without them having to use very violent and gruesome methods.
This is the Wild Eye, a non-lethal coyote deterrent device. So what it does is when a coyote is detected with our sensor, the speakers and lights start going off to help ward off the coyote. And as that's happening, our ESP32 camera sends a video to our app so the local farmers can look at what's happening with their livestock.
Ultimately, this device addresses the UN SDG 15.5 of life on land. By protecting the lives of animals while also providing a cost-efficient, effective, and low-stress solution to farmers' lives, it improves the lives of both users. And ultimately, as many farmers experience this, it can shape and change the landscape of farming locally, statewide, and nationally.
Hi, I'm Isla.
And I'm Kira. We're 8th graders at Westwood Middle School in Spokane, Washington.
We're led by our amazing advisor, Miss Clayton. Last summer, there was a huge wildfire in our community called the Gray Fire.
This fire burned over 10,000 acres and destroyed 240 homes. This was just one of 63 wildfires in Spokane last summer.
Both of our families were lucky enough to avoid evacuation, but the smoke could clearly be seen from our school's parking lot. My house is less than 5 minutes away from here.
Many people in our community, including several that we know, should have been evacuated for the Gray Fire, but never received alerts.
We spoke with our deputy fire chief and toured our local 911 call center. We learned that both your phone settings and internet connection can affect your ability to receive safety alerts.
This affects everyone's safety, but most significantly impacts those in rural communities, low-income households, and older generations.
They may have difficulty using or signing up for alerts, have no internet, or no access to a smartphone at all.
This is why we created AREA, an accessible radio evacuation alert system.
Because our system works entirely off of radio signals, it removes the barrier of needing a smartphone or internet connection.
Creating this project has been such a fun experience, and we've both learned so much along the way.
We are excited to share our project and represent our school in the 2024 Nationals in San Diego.
Go Wolverines!
MESA's university and community college programs provide the experiences and support and resources that our students need to complete their STEM degrees in STEM majors. And we also work to ensure that they're well prepared for internships and career opportunities once they graduate.
MESA provides opportunities for growth in a number of different ways. First and foremost, being an advocate for underserved and underrepresented youth in our community. The student leadership conferences, the mentoring programs, the school, high school, and junior college programs, all of these things are giving students the opportunities and the skills and experiences necessary to get a potential job in an industry.
They have a lot of opportunities to talk to industry professionals, either through events like student leadership conferences, career fairs, even just the MESA program coordinators. They're super connected, so networking with them is really an awesome opportunity.
MESA engages with employee resource groups at various companies to really identify MESA alum within ERGs and within the companies. So when they do go into companies or corporate organizations, they have a community that they are matched to or community they belong to.
It's a big family. You meet people, you make lifelong connections with those that you meet through the program. Those are those kind of invaluable personal bonds as well as strategic and tactical career aspirational goals and bonds that MESA brings to the table.
I would like to be a software engineer. MESA is helping me to connect to employers. It will allow me to see what industries I like, and I'll be able to make a decision.
MESA's community has really helped me see that I belong in STEM. I always had an interest in computer science, but I never thought it was for me. It wasn't until I saw MESA and different engineering communities at my community college campus that I really saw, like, wow, there are people like me, not only being engineers, but also doing it successfully and having amazing careers.
When I speak to alumni of the program, something comes up over and over that speaks to why a student might want to be involved in MESA. I think it's really about finding like-minded people, finding a community of people who have the same interests, who have similar values, who frankly look like them, who come from cultural backgrounds that they can relate to. I think there is a sense of connectedness and community that students crave, and that's something that MESA provides at the middle school and high school level, but also in community colleges and universities.
Ser ingeniera es algo que yo no pensaba cuando era muy pequeña, ¿verdad? No es hasta que estuve en el programa de MESA te enseña cómo ser ingeniera y que tú puedes. Yo tengo una hija que tiene casi 10 años y ella sí le encanta las ciencias y matemáticas. So, me da mucha felicidad y mucho orgullo que le guste a ella. Yo la influí en esta manera porque ella me vio a mí hacer todas estas cosas y a mí me da mucha felicidad. Y ahora sí soy ingeniera y tengo mi maestría en Civil Engineering y trabajo en proyectos de construcción.
Over 250,000 people have gone through MESA and are alums of our program. That's a lot of leaders, both in and out of the STEM fields. We have a senator from California who's a MESA alum. We've had 3 astronauts go into space. We have countless others who are leaders in technology and science, even sports. The longevity of the program and the dedication of its staff and the ongoing interest and engagement of the alums fuel this program and continue to expand its reach and its impact.
My hope for MESA students is that they can really see themselves in the future, that they can see it really is possible to get through college and have a career in science, engineering, and math, and that they can dream big.
Hi, my name is Brenda Obonyo. I'm the founder and executive director of Breaking Barriers Foundation. We are an organization that aims to uplift and advocate for African individuals pursuing degrees in STEM and nursing who are based in Washington State. To me, MESA was the place that I found my confidence, my community, and my purpose. It is where I was told that I belonged in STEM, and it is where I believed that I could encourage more people to get an education in STEM and transform their lives. I just wanted to say congratulations to the teams at the competition, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hello, we are Arizona's NEDC team from Peoria High School. I'm Magdalena Anila.
I'm Leah Bucher.
I'm Corona Anila. And our 4th member, Evan Lyda, is not currently here with us.
And our school advisor is Mr. Hill.
And our project is See the Sea. See the Sea is an interactive water table for children with visual impairments.
Our project is meant for children ages 2 to 6. See the Sea is designed to be interactive but also easy to use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Rebecca de la Torre. I've been in MESA for 3 years.
My name is Melanie Gallego and I have been in MESA for 2 years. My name is Kristen Ramos and I've been in MESA for 1 year.
And my name is Lakshmi Kala and I've been in MESA for 3 years. Our advisors for our school are Ms. Bella and Mr. Lamprey, who are very dedicated towards our competitions.
We are representing Arizona Middle School in Nogales, Arizona. For our project, we created an app called Healthy Reflection, which is an app made by teens for teens. It's to better their mental health and help with their struggles. Since we know what they're going through and we relate to their issues, we wanted to create a safe space that will help them feel confident in themselves.
So the app would open with an optional survey, and after completing that survey, you would get a list of resources and hotlines that it would benefit their mental and emotional well-being.
In order to build our app, we researched in our school, city, county, and state.
To promote our app, we can put it on our district website, talk to the county superintendent, post it on social media, and spread the word to as many people as we can.
Hi, my name is Carolyn, and I'm one of the advisors of Santa Teresa High School, and here's the other one.
I'm Chani Cornejo. I'm the second advisor of Santa Teresa High School Mesa chapter. What are you doing?
Oh, hi, I'm Eric Tao, and I'm in 11th grade, and I'm the programmer of the group.
Man, there's this bug I have to fix. How should I fix it? Let me look. Oh, I know.
Hi, I'm Shreya. I'm in 11th grade and I'm the graphic designer of the group.
Whoa, this has way too many words. Let me try and shorten it real quick. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. Now let me add this to the background. Oh my gosh, I literally forgot to do the conclusion. I'm screwed.
Hi, I'm James Kim. I'm an 11th grader and I'm the researcher of this group.
Oh man, I have to research so much today. Thank you. Let me take a look here. Oh wait, I think I can use this. And wait, I can use this too for our research. Cool, let me just jot it down real quick.
We are Team SOS and represent Mesa, California.
Yeah, I treat you like a lady. Till you burned out, cremation. Make it cream, yeah, Wu-Tang. Throw that back bouquet. Call me and I can get it.
And we're 8th graders from Dotson Middle School at the CSULB Mesa Center representing the state of California for this year's National Engineering Design Competition. Yay! Hi, my name is Jillian. I'm one of the main coders of the team and helped construct this app. One fun fact about me is that I love to bike. Hi, I'm Kirsten and I am one of the main engineers of this project. As you can see here, we created a circuit similar to the one that we used for our prototype. One fun fact about me is that I've played piano for the past 8 years. And I was like, baby, 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 huh? Hi, I'm Isabella.
Mesa's University and Community College program.
Hello, my name is Alvin Gamboa and I'm the researcher of the team.
Good afternoon, my name is Coyote and I'm the engineer and programmer of the team.
Hello there, my name is Caleb Sanchez and I'm a designer, and we are at Chaparral Middle School from New Mexico. Imagine this, while millions of people go to bed hungry every night, an astounding 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted globally. Of that, 530,000 tons of food is wasted each year by schools in the United States. Inspired by these alarming statistics, we decided to tackle food waste starting from our own school cafeteria. At our school, we found that two main issues contribute to food waste. Firstly, students often don't know what lunch will be served in advance, leading to them not eating their lunch. Secondly, our cafeteria manager, Norma Payat, decides technology to estimate how many students we eat that day, often leading to too many lunches to be prepared. This results in approximately 500 lunches thrown out per month. Our team has developed a solution, a device that provides students with advanced lunch menu information and gives cafeteria workers an accurate count of expected eaters. Our initiative aligns with UN Sustainable Development Goal 12, more specifically Target 12.3, which aims to halve food waste by 2030 at consumer and retailer levels. Now to Rogelio for usability and demonstration of Food Truck.
Food Truck is designed to be user-friendly for both students and cafeteria staff. Initially, we developed just an app, but quickly recognized that some students have electronic devices and or have internet issues for the app, so they might prefer a different option. To solve this, our team developed a second option, a physical device with no need for internet. Both options of Food Truck come in both English and Spanish. The main purpose of Food Truck is to reduce food waste by at least 50%. Here's a demonstration of our Food Truck app. Every morning during first period, students will first enter their 5-digit ID numbers. After they've entered their 5-digit ID numbers, they'll enter for that day will be displayed across the screen. Next, they will select if they want to eat or not. Finally, they will be taken to the thank you screen, where they can then access an additional screen that contains information on how to reduce food waste in our schools. For cafeteria staff to get a current count, on the app, all they need to do is press the admin button in the home screen. For our schools that prefer to use the physical device option, students will first enter their 5-digit ID numbers. After they've entered their 5-digit ID numbers, they'll ensure that they will be displayed across the screen, across the LCD screen. Next, they will press the blue button if they want to eat and the star button if they do not. Finally, they will be taken to the thank you screen. For cafeteria staff to get a current count on the device, all they need to do is press the button in the enter ID screen. Now onto admin for materials and technology usage.
We chose our materials based on cost and functionality, as our budget was $30 as stated by Norma Payat. For the app, we use a tablet for testing. For the device, we use an Arduino known as the brain. A LCD screen as an output to display menu options, student ID input, and the number of students eating that day. A keypad for entering student IDs that prevents students from answering more than once per day. A push button is an input to collect the number of lunches. An on and off switch for convenience and power management. And finally, a 90 battery for power that is housed inside of the 3D printed box to reduce manufacturing costs. The total cost of materials is $17.32. Our team uses various technologies such as Arduino IDE to bring on our Arduino microcontroller, Ethernet to monitor our iterations of the device box, and a flashboard 3D printer that was used to print our box for a device. To develop our app, we used the App Lab, software available on code.org that was used to create our no-cost app.
Our fully commented code is available on pages 11 through 16. To program the Food Truck device microprocessor, we use the free Arduino IDE programming software. To make our app, we use code.org, a free online website that allowed us to program and design our app, which was perfect combined with our device. The functions for our code were made specific to our users' needs. We programmed Food Truck to have 2 inputs and 1 output. The inputs are a keypad and a button. The keypad stares so students can enter their 5-digit ID numbers, while the button stares so students can click it and say yes if they did want to. These inputs are displayed to the output, which is the LCD, that asks the students for their ID numbers, displays that day's menu, and displays the current count for the lunch that's received. The programming logic flow of Food Truck consists of mainly 4 conditional if statements. First, if button is clicked before ID is entered, then display the current count. We did this so the cafeteria staff could view the current count. Second, if ID is 5 digits long and has not been used, then they display the lunch menu. We did this to verify that each student responds only once. Third, if button is clicked, in lunch menu screen, increase the counter and go to thank you screen. And finally, if start button is clicked in lunch menu screen, go back to enter ID screen. Modifications are made to our code with the ability to be able to enter 5-digit ID numbers into the LCD with the keypad, and the feature that allows you to start over by pressing the start button if you made a mistake. And modifications are made to our app with the addition of an informational screen and not being able to use the same ID more than once.
Our prototype, Food Track, functions by collecting the number of lunches for the cafeteria workers to make. Food Track also tracks used student IDs so that no ID is entered twice per day for a more accurate count. Food Track collects this data and the LCD screen and app serve as the output to display error messages, food count, and what the cafeteria workers are serving.
When creating Food Track, we use the engineering design process. We began by researching inequities that align with different human sustainability goals and found that a lot of food was being wasted at our school. We looked at the human-centered design approach as our users were involved in every step of the way. We interviewed our students, school cafeteria manager Norma, and district nutrition director Ms. Guerra. After interviewing them, we better understood the situation and what their needs were. We then planned and made different iterations of our prototypes and how our users test each iteration. We collected data for a week of how many lunches were normally thrown before Food Track and found that 17 and 24 lunches were normally wasted in that 5-day period. We then had a class of 25 user device for a week and found that only 2 lunches were wasted that week. Our results show that food waste was reduced in that sample from 6.55% to 1.82%. When improving our design, we had classes test out our app and device to provide feedback on the user experiences, and we made improvements based on their feedback. After each iteration, we communicated them to our school cafeteria manager, school board, and district nutrition director for feedback.
The main challenges we faced were with designing our 3D printed box. For example, the button was falling into the hole, the onion switch placed in the bottom was not allowing the box to stand, and the keypad wiring needed a space to run the wiring inside the box. Our solution to this problem was to use the engineering design process, which led us to redesign our 3D printed box to include a platform so the button wouldn't fall in, move the on and off switch to the top so that the box could stand, and add a hole for the keypad wiring.
In our initial app iteration, we included only a text box to have students enter an ID. However, after receiving feedback from students and cafeteria staff, we decided to include a menu in the second iteration. In the final iteration, we were able to count the number of students eating that day, an informational screen, an admin screen, and added everything in Spanish. In the first iteration of our physical device, we included a button in LCD. However, after testing, we found that students could repeatedly press the button. To address this, we added a keypad to have students enter their ID. We also modified the code to ensure that each ID could only be used once per day. In the final iteration, we designed a 3D printed box and added an on and off switch.
In conclusion, we developed 2 options to reduce food waste in schools: a free phone app and a device under $20. Ms. Bayetis and our team were happy with our project Food Track, which was able to reduce food waste in our sample due to overproduction from 6.55% down to 1.82%, which means that we greatly exceeded the UN goal by reducing more than half of our school's food waste. Here's a statement from a student.
I would use this product because what happens if I don't like the food, I have to go check what food they're giving, and I have to get the food, throw it away, and that's wasting food.
Our next steps would be to connect the app and device so they communicate and display the tools from Nogram and expand Food Track to other schools. By expanding Food Track, we can reduce food waste, save money for our schools, and reduce the harmful gases in our environment. Our project Food Track demonstrates that even small changes at a school level can have a significant impact.
Feel free to take a closer look at our app and device.
Thank you for your time and attention.
We are Chaparral Middle School from New Mexico, bringing you Food Track.
Springbrook from Maryland. We'll start now.
Hi everyone, we're from Springbrook High School in Silver Spring, Maryland. I'm Amber.
My name's Ron.
And my name is Nayla, and today we'll be presenting
The Seed Link.
After noticing a prominent food insecurity within our community, we sought to fulfill the UN's second Sustainable Development Goal of Zero Hunger, with our goal being the 2.1 target of ending hunger and ensuring access to safe, nutritious food for all by 2030. We wanted to combat food insecurity among low-income communities like ours, especially those with English as a second language, as many of our peers mainly spoke Spanish. When looking into possible solutions, solutions, we found that home gardening was the most affordable option, as gardeners typically saved $600 a year on groceries.
But we don't have time for gardening. We're too busy with our jobs and college. Plus, I'm kind of intimidated on how much it takes to maintain one.
With our community lacking environmental, financial, and even linguistic resources, Sealing needed to be 1, convenient for low-income families, 2, beginner-friendly, 3, provide accessible organic alternatives in order to forward sustainable gardening, and 4, multilingual for a large demographic of Spanish speakers. And that's how we created the Seedlink. As the play on the word seedling, we hoped Seedlink would link low-income communities to accessible produce. And now, Seedlink is a low-cost, portable device that users can rely on for accurate, real-time readings on their plant condition by projecting NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium values, soil moisture, humidity, and temperature, as well as utilizing our machine learning model. Seedlink helps users understand their plant's environment while also recommending organic alternatives to synthetic fertilizers in order to promote sustainable gardening for low-income communities.
When researching our school's demographics, we found that 61% of students at our school qualify for free and reduced meals, meaning they lacked adequate access to food at home. Because of this, we wanted to ensure that our entire engineering design process was human-centered. So the first iteration of Seedlink consisted of our 3D printed box, small, portable, and compact for those limited spaces. During our research, we found that soil NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium levels in the soil could play a significant role in the plant's overall health and soil fertility. So, our first iteration also had an NPK sensor wired up to an RS-45 module to transfer data, a 12-volt battery pack for power, and the Arduino Uno, our main component. Our original Seedlink website consisted of real-time NPK outputs along with fertilizer recommendations, and real-time NPK inputs along with fertilizer recommendations and their costs, but available only in English. Our users liked the way that the NPK sensor gave out easy-to-read values on our website, but they also expressed other needs.
Hey, can you give me information on when I should water my plant?
Sure thing. So, in our second iteration, we included a DHT11 sensor so that our users can get a better understanding of their gardening environment, a capacitated soil moisture sensor so that our users would know when their soil was too dry. An additional web page on the Seedlink website in order to link people to resources and beginner gardening tips, and finally, a Spanish version of the Seedlink, in consideration of the 45% of students out of school being Hispanic.
Wow, thank you so much. Can you show me how it works?
Sure. So throughout this demonstration, we will be displaying screenshots on screen for your convenience, but we will also have the live demonstration up here. When using Seedlink, you want to take your two soil sensors, the capacity soil moisture sensor and the NPK sensor, and put it into a plant of your choice. The temperature humidity sensor stays put. Then you open up our partner website and you'll be able to see the NPK, the humidity, the temperature, and the moisture values as soon as you open up the application. Notice how the NPK values are either highlighted green or yellow, depending on if they're healthy or unhealthy.
So once these values have updated, the user picks the soil type. That's the only thing that we have as user input. In our case, it's black soil, and then we click predict. Once this is done, the synthetic fertilizer is displayed as an output from our Python machine learning algorithm. In our case, it's urea with organic alternatives of soybean meal and rock phosphate, in addition with additional resources there. We continue to provide synthetic fertilizer recommendations in case users are unable to find organic ones that heavily emphasize sustainable and organic use. In addition, based on average prices of the chosen fertilizer, in our case urea, and the organic alternatives, we're able to give a cost difference summary. In our case, we would be saving about $15.
And when these users receive these outputs, they may be curious about other information such as how to begin composting, gardening in a small apartment, or even maximizing your SNAP benefits of purchase seeds, all of which they can access on this website here. And they can just click the button, as well as alternate between English and Spanish. Just click the button here.
Okay, so throughout our process, we came across two notable issues. The first one being the Google Translate API that we initially used to translate the Seedlink website to Spanish. It proved to be unaffordable, charging over $10 a month after a 14-day trial period. So in order to make Seedlink's website more accessible, we made sure that instead we actually stored the values into a Spanish dictionary within our own program. that was able to be translated onto Seedling's website with ease. Our second issue was finding organic alternatives that were affordable. After extensive research into academic papers, we were eventually able to find organic alternatives that met our criteria at minimal cost. However, knowing that some organic alternatives may limit the accessibility of fertilizers, we sought to also recommend synthetic fertilizers, like common synthetic fertilizers like urea, which can be purchased at the closest store in order to make sure that our users' options aren't limited.
So for our current and final iteration of Seedlink, we have a PLA or 3D printed box in addition to the slide and lid. We have our three sensors, the DHC11 temperature and humidity sensor, the NPK sensor, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and the soil moisture sensor. These readings are translated using an RS485 Modbus directly to the main component of our project, the Arduino Uno microcontroller. This takes our readings and inputs it into an Arduino program that is able to output these readings as integers that are easy to read onto a serial monitor. These data pieces are inputted into our Python machine learning algorithm that has been trained to make synthetic fertilizer recommendations. We constructed a random forest classifier machine learning algorithm using a Kaggle database that listed designated fertilizer types associated with environmental factors, the same ones that we are collecting right now, such as soil moisture, temperature, humidity, etc. Using this, we were able to also implement a grid search classification method in order to optimize our machine learning algorithm. And we now have a 98.98% accuracy in fertilizer predictions. Furthermore, our next step here is taking these synthetic fertilizers and mapping them to the organic alternatives that we've chosen, using a handmade Python dictionary. In our website, we have a website displayed using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in addition to a Python package called Flask that's able to display these auto-updating values from our sensors directly onto the website without user input. Lastly, using this novel method of collecting live information to make well-informed synthetic and organic fertilizer predictions, we're able to best inform users on what fertilizers to pick and how to grow fresh produce directly in their homes. Now, let's talk about our design choices. So we have our 3D printed box made out of PLA, which is a plant-based material, and this can easily be repurposed as compost. Our DHT11 and soil moisture sensors were chosen for their affordability and compatibility with Arduino. And lastly, our NPK sensor was chosen for its durability, its waterproof nature, as well as its lightweight features.
This current iteration of Seedlink utilizes non-reusable batteries. In order to mitigate Seedlink's carbon footprint in the future developments will include a Bluetooth module for remote access, as well as more languages in order to broaden our inclusivity.
The Seedlink is an effective solution to those affected by the rising numbers of food insecurity. It is an affordable product used to introduce users of any income level, of any background, to gardening and sustainable organic natural fertilizers to promote sustainable agriculture.
So, in conclusion, the future of the Seedlink is in becoming a loaner system in community recreational centers, libraries, and schools, and for when you need a link to better inform gardening. So with that, thank you, and promoting sustainable produce for all, this has been the Seedlink.
Here? We're good to go? Yep. Okay.
small overview on what we're going to cover on today's presentation.
Before we get into more detail about our project, let me start talking to you about our client. Our client's name is Gabe Shioships. He's Executive Director of Charm Creek, a natural state park in Portland, Oregon. And you might be wondering why Charm Creek is so important. Well, Charm Creek is very important, and it's a big part of many cultures and an ancestral homeland of many animals, including lamprey eels. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let me finish telling you about our client. Gabe is an enrolled member of the Cayuse and Walla Walla tribes. Lamprey eels are very important to him and his culture and are a big part of the ecosystem and food chain. Hold on to that thought real quick. Lamprey are a keystone species. Since time immemorial, Pacific lamprey, the oldest living fish, have migrated to ancestral harvest lands. Now the eel population is in decline. The inequity we're solving is creating a device Gabe can use to track the return of lamprey eels to Charm Creek. Due to western barriers like dams, lamprey eels have not accessed Charm Creek in many, many years. The land our client stewards for more than 60 years. We also want to support Gabe and amplify his message. Our project really connects to the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 14, Life Below Water, because we're trying to help lamprey eels, which will help other animals in our ecosystem. Lamprey eels help maintain biodiversity by ensuring one species of fish does not take over the ecosystem. If lamprey eels were to disappear, so would many things. An example would be mussels. Mussels filter out pollutants from the water, keeping our environment and people healthy. So this really hits target 14.2. To sustainably manage and protect ecosystems. Now Arona will talk about the engineering and design process.
Because this year's theme is sustainability, we knew we wanted to learn from an indigenous client. Indigenous persons have been the stewards of our lands this time immemorial, and we started our research. We found a video, People, Lamprey, and Culture Ecology by Freshwater Illustrated, featuring Gabe's restoration efforts at Charm Creek and felt inspired by his goal. We wanted to bring lamprey eels back. We decided to contact him for more information about his job. We wanted to learn his needs and challenges. We noticed that when we interviewed him, he mentioned all about lamprey eels not returning back to their natural habitat. Also, some research, and when we interviewed him, he also gave us some user requirements. Since Charm Creek is a non-profit organization, we have to keep in mind that the money comes from fundraising and sponsorship, so we have to keep in mind that we have to keep a tight budget, as well as limited staff. So we decided to concentrate on that challenge of Gabe. We designed a device that helps track lamprey eels so Gabe can see when lamprey eels safely return back to Charm Creek. Now, Lucetta will talk about our project.
So here's a sketch of the final prototype of the device that would allow Gabe to successfully track eels in Charm Creek. We ended up on a design that has two holes that will be used for the infrared motion detector and the camera. The infrared motion detector seeks out major differences in infrared radiation, also known as heat. It can detect if there's more heat in one place than another. When it's triggered, it activates the camera to capture a picture of that ever-elusive lamprey. We stuffed it on in a very petite 3D printed box that we sealed with plexiglass on top of the holes to keep water from entering the box. The original idea for this project was to only have one hole, and we didn't have the concept of the motion detector, just the camera, and the camera would just be taking photos. We made this prototype using just a box. Then we came up with the idea to create a motion detector. To detect eels as they pass by. This time we used a 3D printer to make our new prototype. Stay with me now.
The reason we have a motion detector and a camera is because if it was only the camera, it wouldn't be as accurate. If the camera was constantly recording data, we would have lots of photos that aren't of lamprey. This whole process starts with the motion detector, which tracks the heat of lamprey as they go by. The infrared sensor is connected to the microbit, which receives data from the sensor. Then the first microbit sends a radio signal to the second microbit.
I would now like to invite the judges to come to interact with our prototype if they want to.
So basically, when the sensor is triggered, it sends a signal to the camera that will take a picture.
Thank you. Now I'll let Gigi finish off the presentation.
The reason our project took a second to take the photo is because we used a forever loop which checks for Lamprey motion every 10th of a second. If it detects motion, then pin 1 will be on, triggering the if statement. That sends a radio signal out to the microbit surrounding it. The other microbit is listening on radio group 53, which is the same radio group that the sensor microbit is broadcasting on. So when the camera microbit receives a signal, it executes the capture command, taking a photo.
From the table, you can see that there's a control variable, and you might be wondering what that means. When we were testing our project, the control was in an aquarium without any additional items to trigger the motion sensor. Over a period of 5 minutes, there was no motion detected, so we knew our device was ready to detect those subtle differences in heat caused by a passing lamprey eel. The pink fish prototype had a lower success rate because it emitted less heat than the blackfish prototype in the human hand. We used black because dark colors absorb more heat, which better models the heat emitted during muscular activity of the passing lamprey eel. Okay. So we have more data to collect in Tryon Creek with live organisms, right? But what can we do now to improve this device to better serve our client Gabe?
Some ideas that we have to improve the device is that we learned that water interferes with radio waves. This means the current iteration of our device needs to be wired to send the images.
Ideally, we can keep improving our device to work without being wired to the computer.
We currently do not know the exact difference in temperature needed to trigger the IR motion detector. The sensitivity of our sensor is not very precise, and it took a lot of adjustments to find the correct level. Currently, we aren't able to differentiate between the lamprey and other living organisms, so we rely on the data analysis of photos to support our client's work. In addition to that, there's a 1 and 2 second delay between the motion sensor and the photo capture, so the success of the project is somewhat dependent on the speed of the lamprey. We're thinking of moving the camera further away from the lamprey so there's a wider field of the view. Thank you.
Thank you.
5%. If I told you one team here had a 5% higher chance of winning this competition than another, or you had a 5% lower chance making it to the zoo in time to see the pandas than I did, you'll probably be disappointed. But what happens if that 5% difference was the person's chance of being hit and killed by a car? See, that's the difference between some autonomous driving systems detecting a black person and a white person as a pedestrian, according to a study done at Georgia Institute of Technology a couple years ago. Our slides and our prototype can be viewed on your devices using the QR code shown on screen. My name is Cyril Osborne.
I'm Adrian Tejada.
I'm Vanessa Sen.
And I'm Calvin Sangster.
And we are Nerd U.
Now, our project wasn't about fixing machine learning models. None of us are experts in that yet. But how do we fix that algorithmic bias without being experts in machine learning? We focused on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for quality education, specifically target 4.4, which aims to increase the number of people who have relevant skills, including technical skills, for the world we live in today and the world that's constantly being innovated for tomorrow.
Our research was focused on how we can increase participation in computer science in our community, which is heavily concentrated with people of color and speakers of multiple languages. We realized that there were actually 3 prongs to this problem. Students and families needed help with connectivity issues, teachers needed to be certified, teachers needed to be certified, trained, and aware of opportunities to teach this subject, and students needed to want to take these classes and believe that they belonged in them.
These 3 prongs gave us 3 distinct user groups: students and their families, particularly those with little means to solve their connectivity problem, teachers, and student leaders, the ones we hope to help make this cool. As you will see, we created a prototype that has a lot to offer to these different user groups. And obviously, that was a seamless and simple process.
Actually, we struggled a lot with skill creep early on. We were just so excited. Computer science has been such a huge, important, and rewarding part of our education, and we were adding features and addressing new problems at an alarming rate. But we realized that we're trying to solve too many problems. So one of our earliest serious strategy discussions included our team, advisor, another teacher at our school, and 2 representatives from the Rhode Island Department of Education, where we asked, what are we actually trying to do here? And how do we focus on only that?
We use Google Sites to create a website as comprehensive as possible for our 3 user groups. This site includes 2 pages dedicated to teachers, a calendar for training sessions, and more information of our state's computer science endorsement.
Our Revolutionaries page is an early attempt to create something like the Computer Science Teachers of America, but for students. We've realized that computer science has been growing in Alvarez because we are having so many cool experiences competing and visiting colleges and universities. We need an affinity group to help export our success throughout the state and eventually the nation. Right now, it's about building a contact list, but in time, it will be a forum or repository of curricula and other resources, and a true community of student leaders. For families in need of internet connectivity, we try to provide a couple of solutions. We're still working with our partner Digitunity, a New England-based nonprofit focused on equity computing, on ways to get hotspot devices to families in need so that they don't have to chase a Wi-Fi signal throughout the city or state. In the meantime, we created an app that serves through publicly available Wi-Fi so that families can check for what they need using data from a phone plan or on a network that might not be ideal, but allows them to find a more suitable connection.
We would like to walk you through our prototype now. It's important to note that while we try to design a site that is accessible on any device, we do think it looks better on a larger screen. We thought this would be helpful for students and families in need, since a library or any other public access point was a likely place for them to be able to access our site. This is our homepage. which we wanted to keep simple, inspiring, and clear about what we have to offer. It includes our mission statement, a brief description of what's available, buttons to navigate to different pages, and like all of our pages, a footer highlighting some of our partner organizations. Next is our endorsement page. This page is designed to inform teachers about the Rhode Island Computer Science endorsement, training being offered for exciting new courses that can lead to that endorsement, and information about navigating the certification process. In the future, we want this page to include job opportunities.
Our About Us and Revolutionary pages are designed to involve more students in this important mission. We want this to be much more of a toolbox for recruitment than it currently is, but we felt it was an important first step to build a roster of leaders, which this page does by introducing us and asking like-minded students to join our mailing list. This is important because we are trying to solve a difficult problem. How do we make this cool? Cool doesn't have a textbook definition. Cool has a crowdsourced definition, so we have to crowdsource the solution. Next is our connectivity page, which is dedicated to finding reliable internet connections for families and students in need. We're still working towards sourcing hotspot devices and other ways that families can connect at home in partnership with Digitunity, but we're still working to fill that gap now.
We created a mobile app using JavaScript on Code.org's App Lab platform. We chose both the Code.org platform and JavaScript language because it suited our needs and we're most comfortable with. The purpose of this app is to filter, sort, and display publicly available wireless networks. Our app tracks 3 important pieces of information about Wi-Fi networks: the location of the network, its estimated signal strength, and the approximate population density or crowdedness of the network's covered area. Our app takes 3 user inputs: the location, for example, a restaurant, store, public facility, etc., signal strength, and crowd size of the area, which corresponds to the 3 arrays that house data about publicly available wireless networks in our area. If a user provides input for all 3 and then clicks filter, a traversal loop executes using conditional statements that look for matches in the criteria and adds them to the filtered arrays. The program then concatenates those array items into a string, and the user receives a list of available networks matching their criteria. We're currently running on sample data because we want to source more comprehensible data covering the greater Providence area.
The goal of this app, like most of our project at this moment in time, is to start solving the problem. We've been engaged in an iterative process since we started, but our project has continually gotten better. We held meetings at least every 3 weeks from December until now, reviewing our latest prototype and recording any possible improvements. But at the center, you can see some of these iterations on screen. Some of them we're very proud of, and some of them were important steps along the way that we wish we didn't have to show publicly. But at the center of these iterations, there was always one focus: students who need and deserve to learn about computer science.
We hope you enjoyed our presentation, but more importantly, we hope to continue improving our product. This competition may be ending soon, but our work isn't finished until students everywhere can get online to do their schoolwork, teachers can learn what they need to know in order to teach this subject, and student leaders can push their peers to help innovate the world of tomorrow. If we want to diversify the rooms where self-driving vehicle software are being developed, we first need to diversify the classrooms those developers are pulled from. We hope you'll help us.
Thank you.
I'm Colby Green.
I'm Onoderda.
And I'm Laura Bergman.
And we are
Liquid Air,
pulling water out of thin air. See, water scarcity is a problem all around the globe. No more is this seen in Greater Accra, in Ghana, where 50% of the population lacks access to household water. This means they don't have a source of water in their own home, so they buy water from vendors, which is often unsafe and unsanitary. They don't know where it came from. This leads to about 8,000 preventable deaths from water pollution every year in Ghana alone, from heavy metal poisoning and water poisoning. It's very clear that we need a solution.
The fact of the matter is, we need more clean water. Enter Liquid Air, the website we designed to help people in Ghana and other regions around it to help them get more clean water and sustainable water in their communities.
This meets UN Sustainability Goal number 6, water sanitation, which strives to provide clean water for everyone. This is an OG, an atmospheric water generator, like the one we see here. This is an example of what you can make using our website. It takes condensation from the air around us and condenses it and turns it into clean drinking water.
An OG works by having a water motor pump cold water through conductive copper coils. The coils get cold enough that the surrounding hot, humid air will condense upon them and then drip into a collection tray. This process removes any harmful pollutants from the water and gives you fresh, drinkable water. We decided to use copper for this, as copper is the second most conductive metal. It's pretty accessible, and it has a lifespan of about 20 years before it starts flaking or showing any real damage.
For our first iteration, we took inspiration from a random website we found. We designed it with 2 vertical coils atop a collection tray. This, however, was only a theoretical design.
Our second iteration is this one here. We actually got our materials and we saw that the other design was too big, so we decided to have one coil laying horizontally as to not contaminate the water when it drips into the collection tray. It also has the layout a bit differently with all of the parts laying underneath the OG. We actually built this design, but there were 3 main problems with this, other than the fact that it didn't work. The coils did not have enough surface area for the water to condense on. The collection system was inefficient and unsanitary, and the cooling system was subpar and was not great.
The OG you see before you is our current and final design. We have improved our coils by increasing the amount we have to 2, so we have more surface area. We've also increased the size of our tray so that it is more effective in collecting the water. We've also gotten a better cooler so that the water would stay cooler for longer, allowing more water to be produced for those who need it.
Now, we tested this design in a closed environment with a heat lamp and a humidifier to get the approximate climate of Ghana, as that's where we need this to work. In 3 hours, having left the same water in the coils, we got about a tablespoon of water. Now, to see when it worked the best, we tested the temperature of the coils during different intervals. At 19 degrees Celsius, there was a thin layer of water on the coils, and at 24 degrees Celsius, there was already large water droplets forming, but at 26 degrees, there was nothing. So now we know that to keep the OG working, you need to change the water if it gets above 25 degrees Celsius.
As you can see here, this is a clip of a video. This video is from our website where we have video and written instructions on how to build your very own OG. Here's a clip of the video.
So we're just going to cut out a little lid. It doesn't have to be perfect. Follow.
As you can see, the video is spoken in English but has French subtitles. The French subtitles are because French is the second most commonly spoken language in Ghana, apart from English, which is their official language. We also have written instructions. The written instructions include more detail on how to build an OG and the science behind the design. The science behind the design allows users to learn about the OG and modify or fix it to whatever suits them. This is a snippet of our code. This is used to create a box on the website where we have our instructions. We use this to create all of the boxes for our instructions on the website.
This is the QR code to our website. It will also be at the end if you want it. It's preferably viewed on horizontal as you get better resolution out of the images, but it works on all devices, which is one of the pluses.
So, what do people think of it?
We've gotten a good amount of feedback from people in our communities. One of the people we talked to was Steve Shumway, a BYU professor from our state. He has done a lot of humanitarian work in places like Ghana and other African countries in the area, and he said that having the language spoken in the region would make it more effective and let people use it better. He gave us the idea to add French to our website, which increases our outreach and help more people get their own OGs. The other quote here is from a French teacher at our school named Tracy Randall. She's been teaching French for numerous years and has been speaking it for even longer. She said that the subtitles are translated extremely well, and she also helped us with the subtitling process. So, what's next? The next thing we would do is add more languages to the design. In the website, we already have English, the official language of Ghana, and French, the second most commonly spoken language. But the next language we would add is Akan, which is the native language of the people of Ghana. This would help us increase our outreach to more people that would need the design the most. The next thing we would do is add better cooling systems. The more efficient the cooler is in the design, the better the whole design works as a whole. If we teach people how to create and implement better cooling systems on their own, then they can have better cooling systems and have the design work more efficiently to have better water usage. And the last thing we would need is better outreach in our communities. We've already outreached to professors and colleges across our state, but we would also need to outreach to other humanitarian groups and organizations if we wanted to make this more successful. This would include reaching out to lots of groups that could help us publish our website and release it out so that we can reach more people in Ghana and help them help themselves.
Thank you for your time. Now what you see in front of you is an example of what you can build with our website. We have a humidifier and a heat lamp trying to make it the approximate climate of Ghana, as it's not meant currently to work in California, a little bit too dry. Now, having only run for the time we've been talking, you can already see water condensing on the coils. They're already wet enough and have droplets forming. If we let it run for as long as we needed it to, around 4 hours, changing the water every half an hour or so, you could fill a surprising amount of the tray and get a lot of clean water.
Since this has only been running for about 10 minutes, it's not going to have that much water. But if we continued running it, then more water would start collecting on the coils and dripping down into the collection tray. The water also needs to be cool when you're doing this, so cycling out the water occasionally whenever it gets too warm is also important to make the design functional.
Thank you for your time, and we really did pull water out of thin air. Thank you.
a little celebration after all the hard work. We'll let them in a few minutes. Another reminder, please put your phones on Do Not Disturb, airplane mode, whatever you need, turn them off.
Just throw it out the door.
Yeah, throw it out the door. I'll take it right now. I'll sell it. But yeah, students flew, 3,000 miles to present, so it's not interrupted. Please welcome Chiawana, the last school in NEDC 2024.
This is Wildeye, a non-lethal coyote deterrent device. I'm Bradley Caulfield.
I'm Ryan Vicias.
Soleil Rivera Hernandez.
And we are Team Washington from the YDTC Mesa Center at Chihuahua High School.
According to a local rancher in Tri-Cities, he loses $3,000 to $5,000 worth of livestock every year from predation, which is when predators prey on livestock. Statewide, it's estimated to be $5.7 million, and nationally, more than $230 million. To fight this, ranchers have taken to working with agencies to disperse these predators. And in 2021, Wildlife Services reported purposely killing 375,045 native animals in Washington and 1.8 million nationwide.
So what it is, we built a wildlife detector that not only detects the animal, but it also helps deter it without the use of harmful methods. So what it does is when something is in a certain range of the sensor, simultaneously the speakers are going to start making noise and the lights are going to start flashing to hopefully deter the coyote.
So the UN SDG goal that this prototype focuses on is 15, life on land, specifically 15.5, which prioritizes protecting biodiversity and natural habitats. And if you're curious about our research, feel free to look through our support materials journal and feel free to look about our process.
So our user that this project focuses on are the Tri-Cities ranchers and farmers because they face a technological inequity in the fact that they're not able to access the advanced technology that many other corporations can to protect their livestock from predators. So we created Wildeye, an alternative solution that addresses these problems humanely without having to kill an animal. So throughout the process, we interviewed 2 local users, 2 ranchers, and they gave us a list of needs, explicit needs that we interpreted to be implicit needs too. The first was a coyote-specific sound that didn't interfere with other livestock or pets. And we took this as needing a motion sensor that had a good range of detection so that the coyote could be detected far before it got anywhere close to the livestock and those pets. The second need was an independent energy source that could run 24/7 without the need for external power. And so having all those components in our device, we understood that we would need to have a sealed, weatherproof, and waterproof container to protect this device from the elements. Now our third need was a quality camera that had a good viewing range so that the user could easily identify if they see a coyote near their property. And we did our best to balance affordable materials with also providing quality so that the user didn't have to pay too much out of pocket for this device.
So the engineering design process. So first we realized that we had family that lives in Washington that deals with this problem of coyotes harming their livestock. So we wanted to go just beyond detecting it, but also deterring it. So we want to go beyond detecting it, we also want to deter it. So what we did is we had two lights and two speakers that flash and make sound to help deter it. And so when we were talking to some of our local farmers, we realized that the speaker and the lights would be the most effective way of deterring the animal. And when we were creating it, when we were thinking about the user's needs and realizing that when we were constructing we want to use an ESP32 camera and other components to make everything function properly, so it helps with user's needs. We also, during the testing, we had some problems with troubleshooting the sensor, but in the end we did get a functional prototype that does work.
So in our first iteration, we were thinking of maybe making a scarecrow and putting the device in it, but eventually we opted out because we really do want to ensure concealability.
So our second iteration, we used Tinkercad software to create like a visualization of all the components. We also created our original code in there, and so it allowed us to create a materials list and understand how all the components would work together. So for our third iteration, we took that same sketch and we put it into real life. We took all the components and assembled them in real life without a casing, but we focused mostly on testing the code and testing the components themselves and making sure that they all work together, as well as starting the design for our app.
Iteration 4 is this bad boy right here. So we used a 3D printer to help print this, and so every hole that you see, we measured each component so it can fit comfortably in there.
So as for our prototype materials and technology usage, so our device features two separate systems. The first is the deterrent system, which uses an Arduino Uno as a microcontroller, a PIR motion sensor to detect the motion, as well as two speakers and two lights that work to deter the coyote. And we chose these materials over others because we realized they would be the most effective, the most efficient, and the most reusable. We wouldn't have to constantly worry about replacing them. And so we chose those, and ultimately it creates that 24/7 access to security that the farmer doesn't have to worry about. We also have a separate system with the ESP32 camera, and that is run on a completely separate power source that's rechargeable, and so that allows the user just to view their property at any time they need.
And on the right, if you can see, it is the final iteration 4 of our prototype that will be housing all of our components. And the reason we use these materials is because since I 3D printed it, I can modify it in any way I want to better help the user.
So now we go on to our prototype demonstration. We've covered that there's the coding element component with the deterrent, but we actually made another, which is an app. So that's the deterrent system with the light and the sound. If it's annoying to you, it'll be annoying to the coyotes. So along with that, there's the surveillance camera, and through that, there's the ESP32 web server, and there you can get the live feed.
Say cheese.
So along with that, as we continue to develop the app, we made sure to keep in contact with the ranchers to add additional resources that might like to make their days easier. So we added a local agriculture news for Washington so they can get more information about the areas around them, as well as a weather update, and it gives you the weather forecast of 2-mile radius. And just to hit home how personal it is, I put my grandma's ranch, Rosario.
So as for the coding component, like my partner said, we do have the app, but this is the Arduino code that runs the deterrent system. So the top of the code is just defining the frequencies, the notes, the lists, and also setting the input-output pins, as well as printing the serial value to the serial monitor so that the user can see like exactly the spikes in the different, when it's detected. And basically the loop for the code runs on a case switch statement. So there's two cases. The first does nothing if the PIR value is less than 601, and the second sets the LEDs to high and plays the tone list if the PIR value is between 601 and 1218. And then it basically just breaks and resets the loop as necessary, as long as it's detecting that motion, and it'll stop when there's no motion detected. So throughout the process, we did test our device, and you can see we did different sets. So the first test set, the average value was around 595, and you can see that between test sets, it varies, because every time we reset the board or we maybe plugged it back in, we got different PIR values that it would print to the serial monitor. So we realized that it would be better to have a threshold range rather than a specific number, because that way the user won't have to constantly adjust the code themselves if something happens where the value changes.
So some of the challenges we faced during testing were downloading the code correctly, using the PR motion sensor, and getting all the components to work together. While some of the challenges we faced for the code aspect of it was having the code run constantly and constantly having to change the Wi-Fi. So some of the solutions were using the same device for downloading, troubleshooting the sensor, and using a breadboard to control separate aspects. And some of the solutions for coding was changing the loop function and using a mobile hotspot.
And ultimately, this helped us inform the prototype. As we were changing things, we made sure that we could create a more refined product that worked consistently and efficiently for the user.
So we were inspired by the stories of our family having to hunt coyotes to protect their livestock. But along with that, we were also drawn to this problem because we want to save wildlife. So by making a device that is low cost and 100% cruelty free, we can better the lives of both animals and ranchers. So for our next steps, we would first combine all the components and make sure that they work with the app efficiently and cohesively.
We also want to increase the range of the Wi-Fi streaming camera so that the user can access that feed at any time, anywhere.
And also have it run off a green energy source like solar panels.
Ultimately, this device creates a cost-effective and efficient solution that can impact farming not only locally, but statewide, nationally, and globally, changing the landscape of farming and creating a better world for all of our local farmers.
Wow.
Mesa's university and community college programs provide the experiences and support and resources that our students need to complete their STEM degrees and STEM majors. And we also work to ensure that they're well prepared for internships and career opportunities once they graduate.
MESA provides opportunities for growth in a number of different ways. First and foremost, being an advocate for underserved and underrepresented youth in our community. The student leadership conferences, the mentoring programs, the school, high school, and junior college programs, all of these things are giving students the opportunities and the skills and experiences necessary to get a potential job in an industry.
They have a lot of opportunities to talk to industry professionals, either through events like student leadership conferences, career fairs, even just the MESA program coordinators. They're super connected, so networking with them is really an awesome opportunity.
MESA engages with employee resource groups at various companies to really identify MESA alum within ERGs and within the companies. So when they do go into companies or corporate organizations, they have a community that they are matched to or community they belong to.
It's a big family. You meet people, you make lifelong connections with those that you meet through the program. Those are those kind of invaluable personal bonds as well as strategic and tactical career aspirational goals and bonds that MESA brings to the table.
I would like to be a software engineer. MESA is helping me to connect to employers. It will allow me to see what industries they like, and I'll be able to make a decision.
MESA's community has really helped me see that I belong in STEM. I always had an interest in computer science, but I never thought it was for me. It wasn't until I saw MESA and different engineering communities at my community college campus that I really saw, like, wow, there are people like me, not only being engineers, but also doing it successfully and having amazing careers.
When I speak to alumni of the program, something comes up over and over that speaks to why a student might want to be involved in MESA. I think it's really about finding like-minded people finding a community of people who have the same interests, who have similar values, who frankly look like them, who come from cultural backgrounds that they can relate to. I think there is a sense of connectedness and community that students crave, and that's something that MESA provides at the middle school and high school level, but also in community colleges and universities.
Ser ingeniera es algo que yo no pensaba cuando era muy pequeña, ¿verdad? No es hasta que estuve en el programa de MESA te enseña cómo ser ingeniera y que tú puedes. Yo tengo una hija que tiene casi 10 años y ella sí le encanta las ciencias y matemáticas. So, me da mucha felicidad y mucho orgullo que le guste a ella. Yo la influí en esta manera porque ella me vio a mí hacer todas estas cosas y a mí me da mucha felicidad. Y ahora sí soy ingeniera y tengo mi maestría en Civil Engineering y trabajo en proyectos de construcción.
Over 250,000 people have gone through MESA and are alums of our program. That's a lot of leaders, both in and out of the STEM fields. We have a senator from California who's a MESA alum. We've had 3 astronauts go into space. We have countless others who are leaders in technology and science, even sports. The longevity of the program and the dedication of its staff and the ongoing interest and engagement of the alums fuel this program and continue to expand its reach and its impact.
My hope for MESA students is that they can really see themselves in the future, that they can see it really is possible to get through college and have a career in science, engineering, and math, and that they can dream big.